We're live, John.
Hello.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this, which is the very first Hate Crime Awareness Week conference. We're hoping that this will be an annual event, and of course, because of COVID, we are online with all the glitches and technical problems that means. We're hopefully going to iron these out as the day goes on. But welcome. I hope you get a lot out of today's conference. It's a packed program, and if you haven't received a running order, I apologise. I will just run through very quickly what is going to happen. 9:15, we have the Police and Crime Commissioner for Derbyshire, Hardiel Dinser, who's going to talk to us, followed by the Chief Constable for Derbyshire, Rachel Swan, our new Chief Constable, the wonderful Rachel Swan. At 9:55, we have Professor Cecile Wright, who is the chair of Derby Black Lives Matter. Then we have our main workshops. So we have Stop Hate UK, Derbyshire Victim Services, Tell Mama, which is the measuring anti-Muslim attacks. And then at approximately 11:50, we have a short film, The Harms of Hate, followed by another speaker, which is David Hull-Waters. And then some more presentations and workshops. We have Martin from Disability Direct, Crown Prosecution Service, Stand Up to Racism, Derbyshire LGBT+, and then we're going to end at 2:15 with a presentation and speech from Councillor Jonathan Smale from Derby City Council. And then there'll be a brief roundup at about 2:45. And then we'll end at 3 o'clock. I'm going to aim to keep to all the timings, so I'm going to be very strict with our presenters, which will enable you as our attendees to dip in and out as you like. So yeah, just to go through, we have, as of about 10 minutes ago, we have about 106 attendees. So I'll just run through where people are coming from so you get a flavour of who's watching today. So we have staff from Derby City Council and from Derbyshire County Council, from Ashiana in Sheffield, from Derbyshire Adult Social Care and Health, from Derby University, from Children's Services, from the NHS, from the Medial Trust, I hope I've said that correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, Derbyshire Probation Service, from Reed, the employment agency, from Remedy, from the Richmond Fellowship, Derbyshire Community Safety, the Family Safeguarding Education Team, from SV2, Chesterfield Council, Community Mental Health Team, Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing, Children's Services, YMCA, from the MAC team in Derby, from Bolsover District Council, or is that Boza? I can never be sure of how that's pronounced. Derbyshire Safeguarding Adults Board, Derbyshire Community Health Service, Marie Curie, Derbyshire Fire and Rescue, Inspirative Arts, Citizens Advice, Derby Homes. Let's go through from Glossop Safer Neighbourhood Team. I think you're the furthest north in the county. Hello. From Sporting Communities, from Lons Infant School. Hello. We have a chaplain joining us. Hello. Nottingham City Council will be joining us. Hello, Nottingham. It feels like the Eurovision Song Contest. Anyway, South Derbyshire District Council, hello. Migrant Help and Derbyshire Police. Phew. So yeah, oh blimey, 109 people. There we go, 109 people altogether. So yeah, so we are about to start in about 7 minutes with our first speaker, who is Hardiel Dinser, who is our Derbyshire Police and Crime Commissioner. my role and the role of a few of the hate crime advocates around the county, that our roles are paid for by Hardiel's office. So thank you very much to him. So yes, it's going to be an interesting day, I hope. Do please tweet the hashtag no to hate, no number 2 hate, which is the Police and Crime Commissioner's hashtag. Hashtag Derbyshire LGBT. There we go, coming up on the screen. Thank you, Martin. I have to say a massive thank you to Martin, Martin Austin at Nimbus Disability, who has been an absolute star in pulling together all the IT bits. Being a technophobe and a Luddite myself, I've relied on Martin.
Don't say that, because when it stops working, I'll get the blame for it. So that's the last you'll hear from me until my part.
Oh, thank you, Martin. Just to make a quick personal mention to Jonathan Butt and to Greg Johnson. Greg works for Disability Direct, and Jonathan works for Derbyshire City Council, Derbyshire County Council. Sorry, they're both off on paternity leave. Great timing for Hate Crime Awareness Week. But anyway, thank you to them, and thank you to my colleagues Lorraine Stokes at the Multi Faith Centre, who coordinates all the race and faith strand of the hate crime advocacy role. And to all the people on the Hate Crime Practitioners, no, it's changed its name, the Hate Crime Network Group. So thank you all to them. It's been an easy conference to pull together as far as guest speakers are concerned. And I have to say the guest speakers have all given their time free today, which is amazing. And thank you to all the people who are running workshops and presenting for us. The difficult bit has been getting all the attendees registered, but I hope everybody who is here has all received the running order and all the links. There are pings and things coming in. I apologise for that, but we'll do our very best to make sure that everyone can get on today. Yeah, so today very much is as you dipping in and out or staying with us. Yeah, Laura, hello Laura, if you can hear me. Yes, you are on at 12:45 today. The Crown Prosecution Service will be on at 10:45 today. So there we go. Hopefully we are going to be able to go to Hardiel Dinser in about 3 or 4 minutes. It's time to grab a quick cup of coffee if you can, and come back ready to listen to Hardiel. Yeah. Okay, so it's 9:14, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our first keynote speaker, who is the Police and Crime Commissioner for Derbyshire. Good morning, Hardil. How are you?
Good morning, John. I'm very well, thank you.
Great. I'm really looking forward to hearing you speak. So thank you very much for giving up your time this morning for us. You're our first keynote speaker. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome everyone who's joined this conference. And I'm really pleased that there are so many of you out there. So, I mean, hate crime is something that we all need to unite to tackle. And as the Police and Crime Commissioner for Derbyshire, and the only Black, Asian, minority ethnic Police and Crime Commissioner in the country, in England and Wales, and the national lead for the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners for Hate Crime, I am really passionate about the issue of hate crime. I've always committed and continue to commit to work as hard as I can to support victims and tackle perpetration, both locally and in my national role. I know how it feels to be targeted by hate crime. When I was living in London in the 80s, a friend and I experienced unprovoked, unmeditated physical violence and verbal racist abuse. And I know the anxiety and vulnerability that this caused me to feel for a long time after it happened. And asking for help was not easy, but really important, so you don't suffer in silence. Nobody, in my opinion, should feel unsafe in their own community or wherever they go in their work or other lifestyle activities. That is why I commission Derbyshire Victim Support Services to help victims to cope and recover from the emotional trauma of hate crime and to give them the support and advice they may need. Anyone can access this support, regardless of whether they choose to report the incident or not. And as John mentioned, in Derbyshire, I have also provided funding to the Multi-Faith Centre, LGBT+, and Disability Direct through my hate crime strategy to support victims of all types of hate crime. Not only to support, but to raise the awareness of hate crime so that people know that they do not have to suffer in silence. They can get help, they can self-refer, or they can report it to the police. My commitment to all victims of hate is also the reason that Derbyshire is leading the way in recognizing and recording alternative subcultures as a category of hate crime. I continue to work closely with the Constabulary, Derbyshire County Council, and Derby City Council to ensure a partnership approach to tackling hate crime county-wide. And I'm really indebted to all the volunteers, all the organizations who have been campaigning on this issue for many, many years. And together, I feel we can make a stronger, more joined up impact than separately. My commitment to supporting victims alone will not tackle the issue of hate crime. We do need to address the issue at source and do more to combat perpetration. Social media, we know, continues to be a place where harmful ideas can be spread and hate crimes perpetrators, sometimes by people using anonymity. As National PCC lead for hate crime, I have been working to build strategic relationships between police and crime commissioners and social media companies to work together to tackle online hate. I look forward to a productive relationship in this area moving forwards. I have now arranged regular meetings with Facebook and Twitter to understand what they are doing to tackle online hate, but at the same time, I am challenging them where I think they can do more. So this is a request to anybody out there who has experiences of online hate. Please let me know what the challenges are so that when I meet nationally with representatives of Twitter and Facebook and hopefully other outlets that they have, I can use that information to ask questions so that in the longer term, we improve the experience of people using social media so that they're not targeted for hate. While hate crime is tragically commonplace in many people's lives, we know it remains heavily underreported. I encourage anyone experiencing abuse because of their race, religion, sexual orientation, disability, or transgender identity to report to the police through the 101 system or the emergency 99 system if you are under imminent threat and danger or a crime is being committed. You also now have opportunities to use other forms of communication with the police. For example, email, texting, going online, and even requesting the police to ring you back because you may not be wanting to wait so long on the 101 non-emergency call system. An alternative, you can report independently and anonymously through Stop Hate UK, a national 24/7 service available to everybody in the country. There is no way that we can accept any behavior which is hateful to others just because they are different. I want to make sure we do as much as we can to bring offenders to justice and make Derbyshire safer for everyone. Now, we've had to adapt our approach to Hate Crime Awareness Week this year, as we are experiencing now, but I'm grateful we can still hold events such as these to ensure we continue to raise awareness of hate crime and encourage reporting. So I really thank the organizers of today's event and pulling it together and to have such a large audience. Well done. Continue the good work. As the week draws to a close, I'm incredibly thankful to all who have taken the time to post on social media and support my national #NoToHate campaign. There are many positive messages which have been left by the public and wider partners across the county, and for that matter, across the country, which I hope has helped strengthen the simple message that hate crime is not tolerated. #NoToHate campaign is not just for this week, it's throughout the year, and I hope it becomes something that is used not just in Derbyshire, but nationally. I do know many of my police and crime commissioner colleagues and police forces up and down the country have been promoting #NoToHate campaign in addition to what they've been doing locally themselves. I just want to give you a little bit of information on hate crime data. It's really important that we report any hate crime because unless we report it, it doesn't happen as far as the police are concerned, so they cannot respond. I know Fred Bray, who is the coordinator for hate crime for Derbyshire Constabulary, is networking and linking and promoting this message on behalf of police. So please continue to do this. Now, provisional national figures for April to July 2020 show an initial drop in recorded hate crime offences during April and May as the country was under. But for which I hope we do not do what's happened in the past. When a major event happens, people raise concern, they show their shock and horror, but then things go back to normal. We must seize this moment and continue to make scrutiny, analysis, and clear action on tackling race disproportionality, as highlighted by the death of George Floyd and the Black Lives Movement. Derbyshire saw a spike in recorded hate crime in July, but a return to previous levels in August. So, in terms of, I can mention all of the groups, but in terms of the LGBT plus recorded hate crime in Derbyshire, the figures for 2017-18 were 94 hate crimes reported. In 2018-19, there were 184. And in 1920 is 298. So for those of you who are good mathematicians, but to raise this issue, that recorded LGBT plus crime has increased by 217% since 2017-18. The reasons for this are: one, better recording and understanding of hate crime by police forces. Secondly, hate issues having a higher profile in the media due to events such as the European Union referendum in 2016 and the terror attacks in 2017. A similar effect was seen by the increase in recorded sex offences due to the Jimmy Savile investigations, for example. And thirdly, there's been increased victim confidence to report, as has been seen for other personal crimes such as sex offences, domestic abuse, stalking over recent years. Now, I'm really pleased that people are more confident in reporting hate crime, and I'm really pleased that we continue to promote awareness and encouraging people to come forward. I would always say report it to the police, even if it's an incident. Let them decide whether it's a hate crime or not. Do not think or feel that it's too trivial and you don't want to raise this because other more important things matter. No. Hate crime, hate incidences matter. Please report them. If you cannot, or if you feel you'll be compromised, give anonymous information or self-refer to get help from the support services that are available for hate crime in Derbyshire, because I do not want anybody to suffer in silence. Help first, reporting later, if that makes you feel able to get the support that you need. We've been doing lots in Derbyshire to promote reporting of hate crime. So through the hashtag No to Hate campaign, which is in its third year, we have been doing it more and more effectively. The victim roadshows throughout 2019 and the model I have commissioned, which includes a dedicated LGBT strand, is, I hope, going to add to the confidence of and the raising awareness for people to come forward and report. Despite all our efforts and despite the increase, in my opinion, it is still underreporting in terms of hate crime, particularly those people with disabilities, mental or physical. They are the least reporting in terms of hate crime. So I would like to thank, in conclusion, the organizers of this event and everybody else who has done so well and contributed to raising this issue in this Hate Crime Awareness Week and promoting and getting out there the hashtag No to Hate campaign. Thank you for listening to me. I look forward to the contributions from all the other speakers and the workshops that are going to be happening. And I hope that we can build on today's event, this week's activities, and continue to promote hashtag No to Hate and make sure that nobody suffers in silence and gets help instead. Thank you very much for listening to me. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Hardil, for opening the conference with such an inspiring speech. I think it's really important that the points that you've made about that we all need to unite to tackle hate crime, because it does affect us all. And I think certainly the most important message of victims not suffering in silence, that across Derbyshire we're all trying to join up to make an impact in supporting victims of hate crime. And that's one of the most important messages of today, that we all need to join up and work together. Well, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, social media? It creates amazing links, but it also can cause tremendous problems. So we all need to be working together to tackle hate crime and ensure that we report it. And certainly one of the messages that Derbyshire LGBT Plus gives out to victims of hate crime is to report anything, even if it's a small incident that you just consider you can just brush it off. Report it. The police need to know where hate crimes and hate incidents are happening so that they can tackle it more effectively. And certainly, we encourage everyone to come forward, even if you report it anonymously. But the support is out there. And if I could encourage everyone today to tweet and go across social media and bombard every possible channel you can possibly think of with the hashtag No to Hate, is on the screen now. So if you could tweet it and Facebook it and Instagram it and everything with that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. So we have our next speaker ready, slightly a couple of minutes early, but we have Rachel Swan, who is our new Chief Constable for Derbyshire. I'm honoured that you've joined us today. Thank you so much. I think you're amazing. Anyway, here we go. That's my personal opinion. So Rachel, if you're happy to start slightly early, that would be wonderful.
Of course. Can I just check? Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you absolutely brilliantly. Thank you very
Everything
much.
good. So morning everyone. It's a bit odd speaking like this, isn't it? Because normally I'd say morning and you'd say morning back, and as it is, I don't really know who's in the audience, but let me just start by saying thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. And I know you're saying you're honoured to have me. It's absolutely my honour to come and talk about something that I feel very passionately about. I know this will be said many times. I hope you're all okay, and hoping with the difficult times that we find ourselves in. It's challenging for all of us. Doesn't matter if you're a police officer or whatever job you do, it's quite a challenging time. So I hope you're all okay and staying safe. As was said earlier, I'm Rachel Swan, and since August, it has been my absolute privilege to be the Chief Constable in Derbyshire. I've actually been a police officer for 26 years. If we're in person, this is the point where I would encourage you to say that I clearly don't look old enough, but obviously the screen won't do me any favours. And the first 21 of those years were in Leicester, followed by a period in Northants. And then I came to Derbyshire in February 2019 as deputy. So I thought I'd cover a few things today, and I listened to the Police and Crime Commissioner. I don't want to duplicate what he said, so I may cut a couple of bits down around it. But I want to give you a little bit of background around policing and hate crime, our approach in Derbyshire to dealing with hate crime, and how, in my opinion, it sits firmly in our core purpose. And then I've been asked if I could say something around my own experience of hate crime, which I'm happy to do. So a little bit of background and context, really. The inquiry into the 1993 murder of Stephen Lawrence highlighted the deep damage caused by such targeted violence and its impact on public's fear of crime and community cohesion. And a key lesson from the inquiry is that trust and confidence in the police will always be damaged if we fail to deliver the services to the highest standards. But for me, it's more than that. We police based on consent, and we will only ever get that consent if we deliver a good service to everyone, and a service that all of our communities can trust because it is consistent, transparent, and fair. And I'd be the first to say we don't have that level of trust across all of our communities. I recognise that, and I am committed to doing something to deal with that. We know, as been said about before, many people do not report hate crime. And in policing, reducing crime is often seen as a success. But in this instance, it's not. You know, for me, a success around hate crime is if I have an increase in reporting. And only will it be a success in reducing it is when we know that everybody who is a victim is reporting it and coming forward. And we know there are not. There is a gap between the actual incidents of hate crime and those that are reported. And if more is reported, then I at least know that more victims of hate crime are getting the support that they need and deserve. Confidence in policing is likely to be lower in communities who are often targeted by hate crime. And it's really important that we overcome some of the barriers for reporting. And I want people to feel that if they report hate crime to us, that we will take that report seriously, we will recognise the harm that it causes, and we will demonstrate empathy and respect for them, and that we will do our job, and we will investigate it proportionately and professionally, providing victims with the confidence they need and the opportunity to report their crime to us. And that in itself will give others confidence to come forward as well. Excuse me. So how do we currently deal with hate crime in Derbyshire? Well, I feel very passionately about this subject. So whilst I have a very wide portfolio and a big list of responsibilities, I take a keen interest in what we do in this area. In January 2020, we created the new post of Force Hate Crime Coordinator. And there was a real need for that because there was underreporting, as I've talked about. But actually, I wasn't happy that the service that we were providing, the level of investigation was as good as it should be. And perhaps there are people in the audience who think, well, we've had experiences where it isn't what we would like it to be as well. I'm not naive. I don't sit here and say every contact with us is brilliant and we do a brilliant job. I don't say that at all. But what I would say is I'm committed to being in that position, that you know that you can trust us, and that when you do make contact with us, you get the response that you need and deserve. So please don't think me naive around how we're performing currently. And obviously, we identified that there were a lot of internal processes that could be improved. And these include, you know, actually identifying and recording that it is a hate crime in the first place. We also have a Force Hate Crime Steering Group that is chaired by one of my Assistant Chief Constables, Ken Memmott. And it looks at ways in which we can improve our performance in dealing with hate crime. You know, there's the processes, but then there's the mindset as well and the culture that comes with it. So, for example, a lack of training and, you know, looking at best practice nationally. So we've taken the step to create our own hate crime recording training package that is bespoke to Derbyshire's needs, you know, because we want to ensure that our staff are confident in understanding what is a hate crime, how it can affect people, because that's very important. It's a very personal crime, how to record it on the Derbyshire police systems, and then what a good investigation or response looks like so that they can know what is expected of them. And I'm really keen that we do provide a consistently good service. So our hate crime coordinator performs some quality checks on hate incidents and hate crimes. She'll test records to ensure that the level of service that's given is as it should be. And actually, the results from that feed up through sort of senior management teams, because it is an important aspect of policing. And, you know, it acts as a safety check to make sure we're doing what we should do. We've also created a schools package that is suitable for showing to primary and secondary school aged children. This was first used at Derby County Football Club Show Racism, the Red Card event. And we received some requests from schools across the city and the county for such a package because they reported that there had been a rise in racist comments by pupils. So again, this is a project completed by the Hate Crime Coordinator. We have identified underreporting of offending against gypsies in our travelling communities. We have worked with partner agencies around the country to identify best practice and formed a professional relationship with groups such as Derbyshire Gypsy Liaison Group and the Traveller Movement. And our intention is to build those relationships based on trust and confidence and encourage those communities to feel able to report incidents to police. We provide a policing service for everyone and every community. And our hate crime coordinator is actually our Gypsy Liaison Officer. And in the past year as well, we've turned our attention to internal hate crimes and incidents. And we work closely with the Equality Unit and staff networks to encourage and support our staff, both officers and police staff, to come forward if they are victim to any hateful behaviour. You know, we have long since moved on from it being acceptable to be abused because of your protected characteristic, just because you are a police employee, you know, or it's part of your job. It really isn't. It is not part of anyone's job to be subjected to offensive and hateful behaviour. So we're working hard to make sure that our staff feel supported and able to come forward. The PCC touched upon this, and national and international events can affect Derbyshire. You know, when COVID-19 first sort of came to the forefront of the UK back in February and March time, nationally we started to see small pockets of hate crime and incidents directed towards Chinese people, with the thought that that was how it has originated and come into the country. And in Derbyshire, we monitor this very closely, but we're not greatly affected. We didn't have a surge in hate crime at this point. Certainly, if, and Hardil touched upon this, you know, if we think about the terrible murder of George Floyd on the 25th of May this year, you know, there was a change in hate crime, and we've compared the hate crime reports before to afterwards, and actually overall across everybody, we've seen an increase in hate crime reporting. It's been small numbers, but it's been large percentages. But certainly for Black people, the increase of hate crime reporting had decreased by 88%. You know, but it's indicative of community tensions that, as police, we need to be aware of and play our part in creating cohesion within all of our communities. You know, there are many reasons for it. Some of it is supporters of Black Lives Matter being victimised. Some of those who are on the counter side of Black Lives Matter being victimised. All crime was increasing, but actually other factors, you know, still play a part, which can be affected by national events. So certainly through the long period of time, we certainly have a Brexit and now the EU exit, we have a lot more monitoring in place around some of the concerns and tensions and hate crime that can be reported. We recognise, as Hardil said, it's not very easy sometimes to come forward to the police, and there are a lot of perceptions of us, and sometimes they can be based on previous experience. So we are looking at proactive, or we have been doing a lot of proactive work to increase such reporting. So there are other means in which to do it. So, for example, we've moved to holding online drop-in centres where the public can go to report hate crimes and incidents. Our hate crime coordinator chairs these, and I would say it's temporarily replaced the online drop-in, you know, centres with something virtual. But actually, you know, COVID is here and will be here for some time, so we'll continue doing it in a virtual manner. And we involve people like Derbyshire LGBT and Tell Mama because, as I say, we recognise it's not always easy for everyone to come forward to report to us. So I've been asked to cover a little bit about my own experience of being a victim of hate crime. So if I just take you back to August 2019, the dam at Whaley Bridge began failing, and what followed was one of the, if not the biggest peacetime evacuation that we've ever seen. The town of Whaley Bridge and its surrounds were under threat. And when I say under threat, the amount of water in Toddbrook Reservoir had the ability to wipe out significant parts of the town and was an immediate threat to life. If you're familiar with the area, you'll know it's a very large body of water, albeit it's in no way Derbyshire's largest reservoir at all. And at that time, we'd had or experienced an extreme and unusual amount of rainfall, sort of a 1 in 200 years type level. So the reservoir was at its highest. And had that body of water been released, then the speed and volume would have swept, people off their feet with such a speed to kill them, and it would have ruined the town's houses and businesses. And it is quite hard to imagine that, but when you go to Whaley Bridge, you really do see that the reservoir sits sort of above the town with a primary school directly underneath it. And when you see it, it makes it easier to imagine the potential devastation. Reservoirs have overflow systems, as you all know, and in the days before, there were local videos being made of the water going over the top of the top lift and down the overflow on the other side into the River Goyt at great speed. And it was that overflow slip that began to fail. So big slabs of concrete were coming away, revealing the earth beneath it. And that was clearly a worry about the actual integrity of the reservoir wall itself being compromised. So the town most of the town were evacuated, and we sort of worked out the area would be affected using the Environmental Agency mapping. We then embarked upon a 3-point plan to save the area from devastation, which was strengthening the reservoir wall itself, diverting some of the water that was coming into the reservoir and pumping out the water, which, when I put it like that, makes it sound a lot easier than it was. But local partners really pulled together and put the plan in action with some significant help, I would say, from a Chinook as well. And it made international media attention, and it had high-level government attention. I attended daily COBRA meetings as the chair of the strategic coordinating group on behalf of all the partners. And actually, the day after the event, I had the peculiar instance of the Prime Minister ringing me on my mobile phone, something I didn't really think would happen in my career. And in the first 48 hours, I didn't pay too much attention to sort of the international interest, because I had far too much to do in terms of, delivering what I've just talked about, the plan I talked about. And on the Sunday, on the fourth day, on the Sunday, we had a community meeting at Whaley Bridge, and 200 to 300 people attended. And it was at that point I started to realise the impact and the interest. At this point, I must say, the real heroes of the event, of the whole incident with the community, they were fantastic. And if ever I needed a reminder of the importance of working with communities and strength within our communities, then this was the example for me. They were fantastic. Following that meeting, I walked out to do some live press interviews. And that was then when I realised just how much interest there was. And it was the first time I appeared on TV. Or, well, I say I appeared on TV. I think me and my hairstyle appeared on TV. So the very next day, after about 3.5 hours sleep, I was back up at Whaley Bridge for more interviews at Breakfast TV. And then when I got back in the office where I was holding the command centre, someone made me aware of the negative comments about me on social media. And I looked, and I wish I had not, because I had far too much else to concentrate without that distraction. And they ranged from a lack of professionalism, generally making fun of me, sexist comments and homophobic comments. And it was quite nasty. And there was so much of it. And I'll be the first to say I wasn't prepared for it. And I couldn't and still can't quite believe that my mere existence could offend people quite so much. And unfortunately, I ended up seeing quite a lot of it in the next few days. And even when the emergency was finished, there was still a couple of articles in national newspapers about me, quite specific to my hair and the trolling I'd received. So what did I do about it? I gave myself a hiatus from Twitter. I came off for a month, because you can do that without your account closing down, because I needed a break. Even though I did that, I turned on my Google app to search something, and there was a picture of me. I never thought I'd be a trending picture on Google, and I'll confess I took a screenshot because I thought that will never happen again. But I did feel really upset by it. And I think the thing that hurt the most was that people said I lacked professionalism and that I wasn't doing a good job. And I expect the absolute highest standards and performance from myself. And that was a time where I felt everyone was performing to the highest level to save Whaley Bridge, and actually that's what we did. And so to have that criticism, I think that was the bit that hurt me the most. It's quite sad that I was actually prepared for the sexist comments that I got. And I've also known that every time I appear in the media, from now on, this will come back. And it does. And, it makes it really difficult when you're in a public position. So a few months later, I did a local interview. I think it was Radio Derby. I can't remember. And they asked me all about the incident and actually, you know, all the trolling that I'd got. And then that then appeared as a BBC app news story. And then I got a load of other stuff on Twitter as well and other social media. You do have really good advanced notifications on Twitter now. So I turn those on. So I only actually see anything from people who follow me. So when I was announced as Chief Constable, again, there was a barrage of not very nice stuff. But there was a noticeable section of people really sticking up for me and supporting me, for which I'll always be grateful. And obviously my corporate communications team, they see all of the responses on social media. So we are aware as a force, and if there's stuff we need to respond to, we will. But I do try to keep myself from it as much as I can. So a few things from me, really. I think, you know, it is impossible not to be affected by such abuse. And as I said, you know, my mere existence causing such offence. And it is a sad fact that I was prepared for the sexist bits of it, but you know, not the amount of it. You know, I just can't believe the scale of it. And of course, it's made me wary about appearing in the media again. However, you know, I've put myself forward and I'm Chief Constable. So I don't think you would expect me to hide from that. And I don't hide from that. I know I am not necessarily your traditional senior police officer in appearance. You know, I know that. I see myself. I actually don't think I look very different. I mean, goodness knows it must be really hard for somebody who looks very different. But I also know that we talk all of the time in policing about needing to reflect our communities because that brings confidence in us. And I've spoken a lot today about the need for trust. So I know it is extremely important for me to be myself in this role more than any other. You know, I set the tone for my organisation. I'm Derbyshire's first female Chief Constable, and I also think I was the first female Deputy Chief Constable. Not surprising, disappointing, but not surprising. So I'm in a position of responsibility. And if simply by being myself and dealing with some of the negativity that comes with it, and it can make a difference, then that's a good thing. You know, if it will make people or communities feel that we are more diverse, and that, yes, we might actually be a more inclusive place, and that if you're a victim of hate crime, that, yes, we will take you seriously, we will recognise you, and we will respect you and recognise the hurt and harm it causes, and that you will have the confidence in us to report that, then if that's the case, then I will have done my job. So thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for sharing your personal and professional experiences. You don't look old enough, I have to say. But yeah, I think you know, hearing what you have to say does encourage trust and confidence in the police, which I think all of us as professionals are here to build and to develop. And you're right, it's not part of your job to be abused. You did an amazing job at Whaley Bridge. I've been the victim myself of negative national media campaigns, and I know the long-lasting effect it does have on you. But yeah, you keep getting up, you keep doing the job, and you keep being there for the people that you know you need to be there for. And I think that's absolutely vital. And yes, it's impossible not to be effective, but you have to be your authentic self in your job to do the very best that you possibly can do. And I think you're amazing. So thank you for all that you do. We do have a question, I believe, about institutional discrimination.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Martin can clarify that question for me, please.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's up on the screen, but I have a question, please. We need to tackle hate that's inside and out. How are you tackling institutional and structural discrimination?
Okay, yeah. Had I had longer, you would have heard me talk about this at quite length. So I talked earlier around trust from all of our communities, and that I recognise we don't have the same level of trust across all communities. So for me, there is another element to having that trust, and that is around us delivering proportionate services. And it's across the whole spectrum of our services. So I don't want you to think that for 1 second, I think we are delivering fair and transparent services in terms of everything that we do. So for example, we know you are more likely to be stop searched if you are Black and minority ethnic, and more likely even so if you are Black. And take that across a range of our services in terms of use of our coercive powers. So if you come into custody, you're more likely to be strip searched if you are Black for a drugs offence than you are if you're a white person. If you are a victim of crime, there is less level of satisfaction if you are from a Black minority ethnic background than if you're a white person. It is the whole spectrum of our services. So myself and the Commissioner are absolutely committed to tackling that disproportionality. I'm not going to say it's easy. I'm not going to say it will be straightforward in terms of how we do it. And I'm not going to say it's going to be a short-term journey. Okay, this is long-term, but we need to be in it long-term to make a difference. And we're only going to do that if we go out and we listen to people, what it is like to be the recipient of our services and to understand the impact that we have, and then to understand why we are delivering them that way. And I really liked what David Lammy said about if you don't understand the reason why, then you really need to change it. If you can't explain it, you really need to change it. And I'm absolutely committed to delivering a transparent and proportionate services to all of our communities. And that is tackling how we deliver services and our attitudes internally and how we deliver those services to our communities.
Thanks. I just noticed that Harjil was still on, so I thought we'd put him on the spot and see if he wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that, Martin. First of all, can I thank Rachel for sharing such a traumatic experience, uncalled for, not required, and she was professional in responding to it, albeit with the emotional impact, and really brave to share it with everybody and to make it clear that hate crime has no barriers and affects and can hurt anyone. So we need to really fight hard for this. In terms of the question, it's a really good question in terms of how do we internally and externally tackle institutional barriers to disproportionality. And Rachel, as the Chief Constable, is totally committed. Myself, as a Police and Crime Commissioner for Derbyshire, I'm committed to looking at this. We haven't got it right. We need to do a lot more. And the issue is about how do we raise awareness of often people not overtly wanting to be discriminatory and disproportionate, but how their background, culture, knowledge, awareness can impact on this. So learning from surveys about how Black, Asian, minority ethnic police officers and staff experience their life in Derbyshire Constabulary, looking at wider surveys about how inclusive we are. These are the sort of things we do need to do more on. And the murder of George Floyd has re-energized and refocused the issue on this. So disproportionality in terms of how different people with protected characters are experience policing is something that still needs to be tackled. So we're doing two things. We're looking at our own disciplinary and grievance procedures. Are they disproportionate in terms of how they deal with our police officers who are from BAME backgrounds as opposed to non-BAME? We're learning from national work that's been going on about how to help supervisors to be confident in tackling poor behavior in any personnel, but at the same time not having a unintended consequence of discriminating against people with protected characteristics. So that's areas we're looking at internally. Externally, as Rachel said, the use of stop and search, use of powers of arrest, use of discretion in terms of interventions that we make available to help people get out of crime as police, because we are in the business of preventing crime as much as arresting and convicting people for criminality. And so those are areas we are looking at. And Rachel, as a new Chief Constable, with her experience about hate and disproportionality, has worked with me, and we have announced recently we are reviewing all our operational activity to see what the data tells us improve the data we have, and then see what we can do more to remove disproportionality, race, and other protected characteristics. And that's an ongoing work that Rachel mentioned. It's not going to happen overnight. We haven't got all the answers, but we've put ourselves on an action plan to look at what we know, what we're doing well, what we could do better, and what we're going to do ourselves, but with other people from outside helping us to make a difference and reduce disproportionality within and without the policing organisation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Hardil. And thank you again, Rachel. I think you've both set the tone for the day. And it's absolutely wonderful that you were able to join us. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to move on to introduce to you Professor Cecile Wright, who is the chair of Derby Black Lives Matter. Thank you very much, Cecile, for giving up your time to join us at this first Hate Crime Awareness Week conference. It's wonderful that you're able to join us. I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me along to the conference this morning. I understand that I'm here to talk about the local Derby Black Lives Matter movement, and in particular to consider how this movement wished to work alongside a range of local agencies, including the police, of course, to tackle institutionalized, structural and endemic racism that not only blights lives, but obviously prevent local Black people from entering a raft of the sectors that there are within the city of Derby and Derbyshire more widely. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know whether, could you bring that up, please? Could you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Okay, before I actually focus on the local Black Lives Matter movement, I want to just say a little bit about my experience and my background of working with the police on race and policing generally, race and policing the Black community, and more specifically hate crime as it impacts on Black groups within society. I just want to highlight a piece of work that I did for the Police and Crime Commissioner, Paddy Tipping, for Nottinghamshire. Now, that work came about because of the disturbances of 2011 across the country, including Nottingham, and I think to a degree in Derby, where young Black people took to the streets to show their unhappiness in terms of how they are treated within society, and in particular, their unhappiness about their treatment at the hands of the police. So the Crime Commissioner of Nottinghamshire, Paddy Tipping, clearly wanted to address the lack of trust and confidence in the police in Nottinghamshire. And I was commissioned, along with my co-authors, Timothy Pickup and Sajid Mohammed, to undertake a piece of work which basically gathered evidence from the local communities, Black community, Asian communities in particular, on their experience of policing. And I just highlighted in this slide what they had to say about policing. Now, the report covered a raft of issues and processes such as representation, stop and search, and so forth. It also looked at the issue of hate crime. And what we gathered from that report was that, as it highlights in the slide, that for the Black community, for the Black and Asian community in the city of Nottingham and Nottinghamshire, a hate crime was indeed a issue that plagued their lives. And incidentally, they were less likely to report hate crime to the police because they felt that it was not going to be addressed appropriately. And what I've highlighted there is the gender discrepancy, that at the time it was men who were likely to experience a high proportion of hate crime, and of course women also. So that represents my encounter of gathering evidence on hate crime. I also, incidentally, many years ago, was also part of the advisory group for Derbyshire police. And whilst we didn't look at hate crime, we did look at wider issues. And the report came up with 30 recommendations that are covered a raft of areas. So that's just some contextual information about myself. If you can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay.
There's just a slight delay between me pressing it and the next one coming up, so I'm on it.
Okay, that's fine. It was quite disturbing and shocking to hear Rachel's encounter of ongoing hate incident. And I was quite touched by Rachel saying that, and I wrote it down because it was such a moving and disturbing encounter, when Rachel said that her mere existence offended people. Shocking, dehumanizing, appalling, disturbing. However, Black people's mere existence in society offends. And what Black Lives Matter, the movement, nationally and locally, is about getting society, getting those with influence and power, decision making within the city of Derby and Derbyshire more widely, to actually focus on the fact that Black people's mere existence offends. Black people's mere existence mean that they are subjected to systemic, endemic, and institutionalized racism, which blights their lives. So out of that context has come the local Black Lives Matter. Now, Black Lives, or more widely, globally, in terms of its origins, was founded in 2013 in response to the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's murder. Black Lives, the global foundation, is located in the US, UK, and Canada. And its chief or significant aim is to eradicate white supremacy and build local power structures to intervene in the violence that is inflicted on Black communities across the globe. So going back to the point, this dehumanizing encounter that Rachel had, where she said that her mere existence was offensive. Well, Black Lives Matter is aware that Black people's mere existence in society, mere existence in the city of Derby, mere existence in Derbyshire is seen as offensive. And that offence is reflected in the discrimination, racism, and oppression that they encounter. So the George Floyd incidents brought to the table, brought to the fore, once again, issues about Black rights, issues about Black rights globally that led to the mass protests at the killing of George Floyd that we saw across the globe. And this killing created or re-energized a conversation about the urgent need to tackle racial injustice. And along with the global conversation, the national conversation, the city of Derby entered into that conversation. And in the wake of the mass protests that we saw globally, the city of Derby and Derbyshire did two things. A virtual Black Lives Matter Speak Up event was hosted, which provided the opportunity to give voice to the community. And that received a lot of attention. It was recorded and put out on Facebook, and it received a considerable amount of hits. Following that event, up to 2,000 people in the city of Derby joined the Black Lives Matter protest on the 7th of June. People gathered outside the steps of the Derby City Council, and they demanded change. They demanded change to eradicate endemic, systemic, and structural racism that blights the lives of Black people in the city of Derby. Out of those demands, out of those conversations, the people of Derby came together and created the People's Black Lives Matter Manifesto, a charter for change. This manifesto was created by the people of Derby, written by the people of Derby, belonged to the people of Derby. And this manifesto identified the changes needed in the city to tackle issues of inequality and discrimination encountered by Black people. This document was presented on the 31st of July at a launch to representatives from the key agencies within the city of Derby. In terms of the police, the changes that are demanded within the document highlighted in the report, if I can have the next slide, please, include the changes. The first demand, pledge the Chief Constable's commitment to investigate the lack of diversity in new recruits over the last 12 months and implementing a 12-month action plan to address the lack of Black representation in the workforce. So the first demand is that the intractable issue of the underrepresentation of Black people in the local police force is addressed. Trust and confidence can only happen if people see policing as being about consensus, as being about them, their needs and their community, rather than an agency that do things to the Black community. And whilst the Black community are invisible in terms of that body, then it is unlikely that trust and confidence will be there. Another area that was highlighted is how the police might work with organisations such as Black Lives Matter in Derby. The need to find a way of incorporating, working in partnership with Black Lives Matter and the Black community, particularly in relation to your decision-making panels, which there are a raft of them. The need to do your due diligence and look at representations on these bodies. Why is it that Black people, and by Black, I'm talking about a community made up of African and Caribbean descent. Look at those various scrutiny panels and bodies of accountability, and look at the representation. And if there are Black representation missing, then that needs to be addressed urgently. There is also a call for the Derbyshire Police and Crime Commissioner to provide a full breakdown in terms of ethnicity with respect to projects, initiatives, and so forth that are funded. And there is a specific request for attention to be given to addressing serious matters of youth violence. There is also a call for the police in its practices to perhaps leave a range of sociological areas to other bodies and focus, such as those who provide health, etc., and focus on perhaps providing funding to those bodies and the Black community to work on those issues. And finally, an example is provided with respect to the early intervention money provision that is utilised elsewhere, and requests that perhaps the police agency look at how this particular provision is actually deployed as a mark of good practice in other areas and in other forces. So, to just summarise those demands, what is being said here is that hate crime cannot be isolated from the context that gives rise to hatred. You cannot separate it. It's all interlinked. And whilst, of course, there are laws to tackle individuals' acts of hatred, 2010 Equality Acts, however, we need to also look at this in relation to endemic, structural and institutional racism. You cannot separate those two elements. They go hand in hand. And if Black people are not in your service and not represented in your service, that could be seen as indicative of structural institutionalize hatred against Black people. So to sum up, thank you so much for inviting me along today to share with you our local initiative that is keen on working hand in hand with the police to create greater trust and confidence and to tackle hatred that is perpetrated against Black people in society for just being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cecile. It's wonderful to hear you speak. I think we've got an awful lot of things to learn from what you've said. I worked and lived in London for 32 years in primary schools. My last primary school was 98% Black and ethnic minority pupils. To move up to Derbyshire, which was a big culture shock for me and for my children, where it's the exact opposite to that, I would argue there's much more of a case for things like Black History Month in our schools, and an awful lot more work that needs to be done in schools and organisations, businesses, police force across the whole county to make sure that they are representative of all our communities. And I think that's absolutely vital work, that there's a core group of us that are committed to this. So hopefully we will see change in a more positive, representative way. But thank you so much for joining us today. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to the first of our workshops for the day. I would like to welcome the wonderful Ian Davey from Stop Hate UK, doing amazing work. Love the beard, Ian, really suits you. Looking good. So yeah, I'm going to hand over to Ian Davey from Stop Hate UK.
Ian, I think we've got an issue with sound. I can't hear you. Do you just want to check your mic settings for us? John, can you hear him?
I can't hear you, Ian, either. Sorry.
It might be worth just unplugging the headphones and seeing if that helps any.
No.
Oh, hold on. I thought I heard something then.
No.
If you can click on the cam mic gear at the bottom of the screen. And make sure that it's set to click on audio and make sure that there's a working mic selected. No, click down at the bottom, cam mic. Nothing at all. I'm really sorry. Can you hear us? You can thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay. Bottom of the screen, there's a cam/mic setting. Click that and open audio. And then under mic, open the drop down and see what options you've got there and just scroll through them one by one until we can hear you. No. John, shall we take a little break and try and work this out? And apologies to everybody. I never promised it'd work smoothly. Okay, so we'll be back.
live.
We'll be back in 5 minutes, folks.
Is that better?
Hold on. We are back in the room. There's no.
Can you hear me now, Martin?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I can hear me, but that doesn't matter because I'm going to jump out.
Okay. Oh dear. Right. Are we back live?
Okay, we seem to have some sound. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's
Over to
okay.
you.
Thank you very much. All that's done is highlighted my my inadequacies around IT. So, but we're back anyway. Okay. First of all, thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I've listened to the previous speakers, all three of them. Sorry, very inspirational. I'm going to be covering some stuff already today that's already been covered in a sense. So some of that I will skip over to a certain extent, and some of it for a lot of you it'll be revision because you'll have heard some of these messages before. But I think it's pertinent perhaps just to be able to focus the rest of the day really around some of the things that are important in the hate crime world. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the history, perhaps where we are, how we've got to where we are. We're going to refresh our memory around some of the definitions that sometimes confuse people. I'm going to spend a bit of time on online hate because that's something that it's been touched on today. Chief Constable has had a very personal incident which she's related, which really clearly demonstrates how social media in particular can have a massive impact on an individual and on communities. So we'll touch on some of the work we're doing around that. We'll again do a bit more revision around barriers to reporting. So we'll talk a little bit about what stops people talking about what's happened to them. And finally, we're going to talk a little bit how you can report to us in particular, but also encouraging everybody to report to police and other agencies that are involved in this. Now, we're now going to try and share my screen. So we'll see whether I can get this right. Okay, hopefully somebody will tell me if they can't see this. That's us, Stop Hate UK. This is one of our symbols. If you see that around, this hand, it's a registered trademark. It is one of the members of staff, as it were, when we first started the helpline and the Stop Hate campaigns back in the mid-2000s. This is one of the things you will see around when you see some of our publicity. As I say, we're going to talk about history of hate. We're going to talk about definitions, the impact of hate as well. It's an area that, again, has been touched on. Well, I'm going to put hopefully a little bit of science behind that. Online hate, barriers to reporting, and then how to report. Okay. Stephen Lawrence was a case, his death and the subsequent inquiry really is the starting point for how hate has been dealt with in this country. How we've dealt with it positively, should I say. There are quite clearly, everybody who knows, hopefully will know the case, Stephen was murdered simply because he was black. Unfortunately, the police at the time didn't recognise that clear fact. They felt this was a gang-related incident, perhaps, and so their investigation was not properly focused, and a lot of evidence, a lot of leads were lost as a result. The subsequent inquiry then gave us a couple of recommendations which are quite pertinent to today's discussion today, but also to Stop Hate UK. The recommendation that talked about what does it mean to be a subject to a hate crime. This is the first time in legal history where the victim has some control. So effectively, Lord Macpherson said, a racist incident is any incident which is perceived to be racist by the victim or any other person. So this is about an individual belief. It's not about something written in statute, it's about an individual belief. And this now has developed obviously into the more broader definitions that cover all the strands that we deal with. But this is where it started. Prior to this, the only people that could really decide whether it was a hate incident or not were the police and other members of the establishment. They were the final deciders. So that it straight away took the power, any power or empowerment away from the victim themselves. The police always had the last say. So this was a sea change, and it has developed the way we think about hate crime and how we deal with it as we go through. So in today's context then, the second recommendation, which is important to us, what Lord Macpherson recognised was the clear barriers, this mistrust that we've heard the previous speakers talk about, mistrust of the community to speak to the police or to engage and open up with the police in a way that would get them some support. This recommendation said that there needs to be other methods. There needs to be other places that you can report this isn't the police station, and they need to be able to do that 24 hours a day. So what our helpline attempts to do is to provide that. Our helpline is available 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. It's a live service. There's somebody on the end of a phone or on the end of a web chat who will be able to deal with any issues that arise when people want to report. We'll perhaps talk a bit more about that later on. But effectively, this is what we've based our service on. That this is a fact, because there isn't really anywhere else that a victim or a witness can go at the middle of the night other than the police. So hopefully that will be the way that we can promote our service. We build our service around this, and it's something that we can offer that is unique in a sense. There's no other helpline services I'm aware of that can provide this 24-hour capability. Okay, so let's just recap what is hate crime. We're all aware of this. I would like to think, but it's worthwhile just remembering. So incidents are taken to mean any crime or incident where the victim or any other person believes it was carried out because of the victim's identity. So this could be anything, could be any type of crime. So any crime that is on the statute book can also be a hate crime if it's motivated by someone's personal identity. Sometimes people talk about incidents and we get a little bit confused at times. What is a hate crime? What is an incident? The difficulty for me is that hate crime is a generic term. It's one that the government have used to talk about hate crime and all the issues that are associated with it. And when they talk about it, they actually mean hate crimes and hate incidents. But sometimes the purists will say, well, this isn't a crime, therefore it can't be a hate crime. So what we know now is that a hate incident, and this is some definition that CPS and the police both share, is any incident which may or not be a criminal offence, but where there's a perception that it's motivated by prejudice or hate, then it will be a hate incident. Now, from the victim's perspective, what we need to remember is that the police have better powers, they're more able to deal with hate crimes. If it's on the statute book, they have procedures they can prosecute. They may not be able to progress the hate incident the same way, but we should still be reporting. They need to be aware, police need to be aware of what's happening, and where possible they will be able to assist. Sometimes they can assist even though this is not on the statute book. And we also must remember that it may be a hate incident today, but if that's repeated tomorrow or the day after or next week, then we start to get into the realms of harassment, which then also is something that the police can deal with as part of the criminal legislation. A couple of the definitions before we move on from this. We deal a lot with callers who just are talking about prejudice and discrimination. Maybe not a criminal offence as such, but something in workplace or in the general society or in the way they go about their lives. So it's just worth remembering that these are the definitions that the generally accepted when we look at this sort of thing. So prejudice is making a prejudgment before you know the facts about a situation or a person. So we're not employing somebody because of their colour, because of their sexuality, for example. And equally, discrimination when someone is treated unfairly or differently because they belong to a particular group. And we talk about protected characteristics generally, but any protected group as far as we're concerned. Okay, again, a bit more revision. The 5 strands recognised nationally that all police forces are required to provide data on, to record accurately, are around disability, faith, religion and belief, gender identity, race, obviously ethnicity and nationality, sexual orientation. Those are the 5 that nationally the police and other agencies are required to report to the Home Office on. But there are other strands that are emerging, and the flexibility for police forces to actually record other strands as part of their local strategy is there. Some already have taken that up. Alternative subculture, the goth culture, is covered in Greater Manchester, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and a lot of other forces. Age, it features in some others as well. Misogyny, which is the one that has received more recently recent publicity around hate crime, and the fact it may well ultimately become the 6th strand. That's the debate within government seems to indicate that may be the way it's going. But certainly Nottingham, North Yorkshire and a couple of other force areas actually recognise misogyny as a hate crime and will record and monitor the types of incidents that they're getting to hear about. Okay, we've talked earlier on about some very key figures. This is just an indication of how hate crime numbers are rising. So if you look at the Home Office figures for Derbyshire, 518 recorded in 2012, 2013, and last year, just reported last week, the figures came out last week, 1,359, a significant number increase. There are lots of different nuances within that, and I'm sure we'll be able to talk about that, but it's just a general trend. You can see that. That's been replicated by our work in Derbyshire, Stop It UK. We've been working since 2008 in Derbyshire. In the first year we had 33 contacts. We had 159 last year, and we had a peak the year before, actually 18-19, of over 200. So, you know, there's increased reporting of hate crime. So why is it important that we identify and deal with hate crime? Things happen that affect how people feel in their daily lives. So certain things spark this. We've heard about rises and spikes in hate crime to do with the EU referendum. People in public places making making advised comments, for example, sort of shape attitudes, change people's views, or influence how people think. So things like responses to terrorist attacks can have an impact. This was, I don't know whether people are aware of this or have seen this before, but this was after the Westminster Bridge terrorist attack. And straight away, some individual was posting this picture that had been put on the news media and started making aspersions about the individual, the young lady in question, trying to suggest that she was casually walking past the scene of an atrocity, not having a care in the world, and just checking her phone as she walked past. The inference being that because she was of a cultural background, she was one, therefore she was in support of this act. The truth of the matter was quite simply that this person had rung the emergency services, basically saying, this is worse than you think it is, you need to get more people here. But that image, unfortunately for a short period of time, appeared on the social media and did the circuit, and we had an awful lot of negative comments. These are sort of things that emerge. There are people out there, unfortunately, waiting to have their 10 pence worth, have their say. Not useful. We'll talk a bit more about that a little bit later on. So these is, again, some Home Office figures. This shows you how things have moved up and how international events can actually have an impact on how we in this country receive reports. The police, as well as other agencies like Stop Hate UK. So you can see some spikes, Lee Murdoch being murdered, the Charlie Hebdo shooting in France. The EU referendum was a significant spike, and we saw something like over 150% increase in reports around the racist incidents and crime. And then there are some the terrorist issues again that start to build that picture. Okay, impact. And this, for me, is one of the main reasons that we are all doing what we're doing around hate crime, because all the evidence, all the personal comments, personal attitudes that people tell us, all the stories they tell us, all indicate that when you're a victim of a hate crime, the impact is significantly greater than any other crime or any other incident that you can talk about. This is some results from the British Crime Survey, which shows some of that, put some science, as a sense, behind what we already know. So if we look at this survey did, was to compare ordinary crimes, if we want a better phrase, the victims of ordinary crimes, to those victims who were victims of hate crimes. And they compared some reactions, some feelings, how they felt about what had happened to them. So for the first question was around annoyance. And if you see that, we're pretty much on a par there. People who have been subject to hate crime and an ordinary crime both had similar levels. They were both equally annoyed. Similarly, they were both almost equally angry, although that starts to change as you move up to the different questions, the different emotional reactions. Fear. People who are victims of hate crime significantly 3 times more fearful about it happening again than people with other crimes. If you think about it, if you have a burglary, you can actually do something to prevent a further burglary. If you're a victim of a hate crime, you can't do anything to change your personal identity. So you're going to be more fearful that this is going to happen again. Significantly more anxious. How this is the impact it's having on somebody's daily life, their quality of life. There are more people likely to get depressed or suffer from clinical depression as a result of hate crime than any other crime. And probably more pertinent, the loss of confidence. That has a massive impact on your personal daily life, significantly so. 39% of anybody who's a victim of hate crime felt that they had a lack of confidence. So the impact is significant. And unfortunately, there are some significant case studies that just highlight all this. And this is the far end of the scale where the escalation that we know about, and again we'll touch on that a bit later on, actually gets to the point where people are suffering. I'm not going to go through all these cases because I'm sure most people will be aware. Stephen Lawrence we've talked about. Johnny Delaney was a member of the Gypsy Traveller community who was attacked by a group of louds, and at the time he was attacked, he was called derogatory names in relation to his race. Stephen Hoskins, a person with learning disability who was suffered at the hands of his so-called friends for a very long time before he finally was made to fall off an aqueduct and kill himself. Fiona Pilkington and Frank Checker-Hardwick, the Leicestershire case, a lot of antisocial behaviour. Police in that case were criticised because they didn't identify the hate elements. The fact that Frankie and her brother both had learning disabilities were being targeted by the local gangs in terrible sort of ways. But ultimately Fiona lost any faith in any of the services, and unfortunately killed herself and Frankie as a result. Bijan Abraham is an Iranian refugee in this living in the community in this country. He also had mild learning disabilities. He was suffering an awful lot of antisocial behaviour. He had a great pride in his garden, planting flowers and things, and unfortunately the local used great delight in damaging them every time he planted new plants. The police unfortunately didn't take this quite as seriously as they should have done. As a result, he was accused locally of being a paedophile, which was obviously a false accusation, and as a result he was beaten to death effectively. And then the offenders tried to hide the evidenced by setting fire to his body. A very distressing case. A lot of police criticism again, unfortunately, but some of the early signs were not picked up. Anthony Walker again died simply because he was black. He was attacked by two white youths with an ice pick. Sophia Lancaster again, the way she dressed. She was a goth. Her and her boyfriend were attacked in a park. She went to protect her boyfriend, and as a result, she was killed. Very tragic cases. But what we do know is that we can prevent it. If we can stop these things escalating, we can hopefully stop people suffering like this. Okay, what's happening today? What do we know that's happening currently that has some influence on people's attitudes and beliefs, and where we may get more hate? So we know the far right, for example, is active, certainly active on the internet and social media. The war in Syria we touched on. There's some high-profile cases recently in the media. Obviously, the gay couple, two lesbians, there attacked on a bus. That made good news. The Brexit, obviously, there's a lot of ill feeling still around Brexit in the EU referendum, and that still is there. It still features in some of the online stuff that we deal with. A lot of it's propagated by people who have another agenda, as it were, but it's all around trying to influence people's attitudes and behaviours. And obviously the pandemic significantly increases in reports of assaults and abuse towards East Asian the communities. Really sometimes really difficult cases. I heard only last week of a young 12-year-old girl who at school was being isolated and targeted and being basically told that she was responsible for the pandemic because she was part Chinese. Obviously she lived in England all her life, had no connections necessarily with anybody in China at that time, but equally as far as her school friends were concerned or school colleagues were concerned, she was responsible, had an awful lot of abuse, to the extent that she started to go onto suicide websites and started self-harming. Hopefully that's been picked up before it got really bad, but that's the sort of thing that goes on, and sometimes nobody knows about it until it's too late. So this is how it manifests itself in the public. You've seen a lot of these issues, but basically this is just an example of the ignorance that is out there, that people will graffiti areas just to try and get a reaction, to get public attitudes to change to their way of thinking. I appreciate I'm probably running a little bit out of time. In some cases, we've heard about the top one here. I want to talk about on here because that's something we do. I want to have a team that looks at this, and we'll give you a little bit more detail. Well, I suppose this is just worthwhile highlighting. There's two cases here at the bottom there, both of which were video or online rants about which were very, very racist, very extreme, and actually came to the notice of the prosecution services and actually were dealt with. So, for example, the two on the right at the bottom there, they were found guilty of aggravated malicious communications, and they were sentenced to 20 months in prison. And the one on the left, the Jay Davidson, he was sentenced to 4 years because of the sort of things that he was saying and trying to incite racist and racist behaviour in others. So I suppose what I'm saying is, and the police will say this to people involved in this, if something is on the internet and it would have been an offence if somebody was doing it in the street, they can be prosecuted. And these are two cases where this has actually happened. Okay, just some work from our online team, and this is the one where they're sort of highlighting the evidence around what happens in the community, what the reports that happen, how this can impact. What happens on the online can impact on what happens in daily life. So, for example, in Germany, there was an anti-refugee Facebook post by the far right group, and that was found that was linked to attacks on refugees. So there was incitement, and people actually carried out some of those, some of what were supposedly rhetoric statements. Pittsburgh synagogue shooter actually was on a social media network which was attracted and encouraged extremists, and a lot of the big platforms didn't allow that to promote itself. But obviously, unfortunately, with the internet, there is a way to get your message out, even if people ban you from the bigger sites. Okay, we've seen a rise in racist and far-right groups spreading hateful messages, encouraging persecution and planning acts of terrorism in Britain. We've seen that. That's been in the media. The Myanmar, the military leaders and the British nationalists actually used social media to insult and demonise the Rohingya Muslim community before they started their campaign of ethnic cleansing. Again, Sri Lanka vigilantism has sprung up following online rumours which was targeting the Tamil community. And obviously in the United States, an awful lot of examples, unfortunately, of white supremacist attacks using social media to actually publicise what they want. So this is just worthwhile remembering this. We talk about hate speech when we talk about online stuff, and this is all the social media outlets have their own community guidelines. This is just one that's been taken from TikTok's, and they're all very similar. But this is the sort of thing that social media will be looking at. Social media companies will look at to see whether they're going to take content down. So they will look for content that dehumanises or incites violence or hatred. And it's this sort of things like that the people are physically and morally inferior, calling to justify violence against them, claiming that criminals, etc. Negative comments such as being animals, inanimate or non-human entities, promoting exclusion or segregation. Those are the sort of things that your social media outlets will be looking for. So if you come across something like that, you can actually report it. If it meets the community guidelines, they will look to remove. What we do is with Stop Hate UK, we have contacts with a lot of the major providers, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok, and we have what we call a preferred reporter status. So if thinking comes through us and we say that this needs to come down because it breaches your community guidelines, very often we have a very good success rate with that. Okay, quick little diagram. Nobody actually starts off. Nobody's born to be a racist or a racist killer, but things influence. And what we need to do is to try and alter attitudes at the bottom of that pyramid, so that people don't move through the pyramid to get to the top level there. So and I appreciate I'm sort of running out of time, so I'm going to just speed on, but that's clear evidence of where the small things can escalate very quickly if they're not challenged. They're not challenged, and people are not brought to justice, as it were. Okay. So what can you do? If you do see anything online, then obviously the True Vision website has some good advice. So have a look on there. There's an awful lot of information about what you can do by helping you to report to the provider the sort of things you need to be saying to them. But you could look at perhaps challenging that message. And what we would say, if you do think about that, if you keep careful of that, make sure you don't spread so don't retweet or repost anything that is hateful. And when you challenge somebody, don't challenge the person, because that can actually just antagonate the situation. Challenge the message, put something against. If it's false news, let's just put a little bit of reality to it. Always be polite. And where you can, get support. So again, we can help with Stop Hate UK. If you have any concerns about anything that's on the internet, please speak to us. We can perhaps help to get things removed. Okay, I think this is all. We all know about this.
There we go.
Everybody today will try and encourage people to report, and that is critical, because the people that can influence it need to know.
Definitely.
And yeah, I'm sorry, Johnny, is that you talking to me?
Yeah, that's me. Thank you very much, Ian. What has come across very clearly is that what does it mean to be subject to a hate crime? And I think your presentation very clearly showed the effects of hate crime on victims, and how very much it is the victim's perception of what is said or done to them. So yeah. Thank you very much. I would encourage people to use Stop Hate UK's website and reporting. So thank you very much, Ian. I'm glad we got over the technical issues. Okay, so our next speaker is Grace Moran-Fullew from the Crown Prosecution Service. Grace Moran-Fullew, MBE, I should add, from the Crown Prosecution Service. We are having to slightly amend what is going on this morning. We've had some technical issues from the presenter from Talmama, measuring anti-Muslim attacks. So we've asked Councillor Jonathan Smale to jump in a little bit earlier. So Jonathan will be with us at 11:10.
It might be a lot earlier because we don't actually have Grace lined up at the moment either.
Right. Okay.
But Jonathan is in the wings. If he's happy to go now, maybe.
Well, I feel like Flip Schofield on this morning, all the joys of live television.
I'm happy to go in, by the way. I'm more than happy to start now if you want me to.
Perfect. This is why I love Jonathan. He's so flexible.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Cheers, Mark. No problem, John.
Lovely to see you. I will let you introduce yourself, but thank you again very much for giving up so much of your time today for the conference.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and I must apologise. I was a bit late arriving myself. Of all days today, my Sky internet at home went down, so I've had to quickly dash into the council house. So I have been updating Martin on the way, but I'm more than happy to step in now. So thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Jonathan Smale, and I'm the Cabinet Member for Communities, Neighbourhoods and Street Pride. I want to thank John Yates Harold for allowing me to come here today to talk with you during the Hate Crime Awareness Week in 2020. I don't think we've ever thought that this year would be the way events would be held. I think this year will be a testament, but it is a testament to all involved, all of us here, that a meaningful conference is still taking place. And I think, a lot of credit must be given to a lot of people here for pushing ahead and making sure that this event takes place. So I'm speaking to you today, not only in my role as a councillor, but also from a place of personal experience. I have been a victim of hate crime myself on a number of occasions, and therefore I know how important it is to raise awareness and encourage reporting and to have the adequate support in place for victims. I'd like to also talk to you today about the role of the local authority when it comes to hate crime. Derby City Council recognises that we have an important role to play in this area. Our work is led by the Community Safety and Integration team. This small team coordinate work around prevent, counter extremism, community integration and hate crime, including the commissioning of community projects. Derby City Council supports many awarenesses events throughout the year, standing in solidarity and offering support to different communities. A few examples from last year include Wear It Red Day, Stand Together Against Racism, Flying the Flag for the Pride Month to support our LGBT plus community, and remembrance events in which we showcased the often unrecognised contribution of people from the Caribbean and India that made into Britain's World War II effort. It is important to us that we continue to recognise events that are important to all of our communities in the city to continue to foster inclusivity and equality. For a number of years, the team has co-funded the Stop Hate UK 24-hour helpline in partnership with the police and Derbyshire County Council. People do not always want to report hate incidents or hate crimes to the police, and this service allows them to report their issue and seek support via a third party. Every year, the team works with Derby County Football Club to bring a Show Racism the Red Card event to the city. School children from across the city come together at Pride Park to learn about the harms of racism from a team of educators and ex-professional football players. The events are always well received and have a real impact on the students that attend. The team launched the Derby Says No to Hate campaign last year during Hate Crime Awareness Week. The campaign aims to bring lots of smaller pieces of work and projects under one single banner to ensure clear messaging and a bigger impact. The campaign last year focused on raising awareness within the evening and the nighttime economy. The campaign was well received by both licensed premises and takeaways. This year, the campaign has focused mainly on encouraging people to report hate crimes. There are plans to further expand this campaign in coming months. As an authority, we actively monitor community tensions. To do this effectively, we rely on information from a wide range of partners, including the police, community leaders, neighbourhood teams, and the voluntary sector. We need to know about what is happening in our communities and the narratives that are gaining traction so that we can respond appropriately to diffuse tensions and offer reassurance to the public. The importance of this partnership work and the information sharing was highlighted during the lockdown period this year. We were made aware of several COVID-related narratives that were being circulated and causing tensions between different communities. We were able to put in interventions in place to ensure that the correct information was circulated and community tensions were then diffused. We are all proud of this important work, but there is more that we would like to do and more that we must do. We are currently working with Derbyshire Police and the Crime Commissioner's Office and Derbyshire County Council to develop a joint hate crime strategy and action plan. This is a really, really important piece of work as it will ensure a more joined up approach across the city and county and will also enable our resources to go further. We hope to have this in place by the end of this year. We are also currently developing a critical thinking and anti-rumour project. We have all witnessed an increase in fake news, which was obviously just very brilliantly brought up in the previous slides that were shown by Ian, and the conspiracy theories since the start of the pandemic, indeed even before that following the referendum. These fake news stories can have a really negative impact upon communities, leading to community tensions and hate crimes. I think we've all seen too often, in particular, if you only have to go on Facebook and look at comments in news outlets of how bad these hate crime comments can appear. So this project aims to equip communities with skills to question the news stories they may see, to ask the question, does this add up? We also want to explore the best way to challenge these rumours and fake news stories, to offer a counter narrative and prevent mistruths from causing tensions in our communities and inciting hatred. In the coming months, we will also be looking at how best to provide internal training to staff on hate crime and how to report it. We are aware that staff in different areas of work will need training to different levels, and we are looking at developing bespoke training packages to suit the needs of every different service area. I hope this has given you a clear understanding of what work we undertake as a local authority and as a local councillors around hate crime agenda, and that the work we would like to be doing moving forward. If there's anyone that has any questions, I'd be more than happy to take these now, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you for rearranging your day to be able to join us a little bit earlier.
No problem.
Martin, do we have any questions? Sorry.
No, I've just put it out the call for any questions, and we've not got any. So I think you've been let off quite lightly there, Jonathan.
Please feel free to circulate my email address. If there's anyone that would like to follow up with me on my email, I'm more than happy to follow up on that. If there is any questioners or public that are watching, I'm more than happy to take those questions individually.
Great, thank you. It's lovely to know that Derby City Council is standing strong in solidarity with all the communities across the county. That's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I much appreciated, and thank you for inviting me. And I'll be more than happy. Hopefully next year we'll be doing it in a better conference in terms of face to face. Actually, it'd be nice to meet everyone up again.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Jonathan. Looking forward to next year as well now. That's great. Thanks very much. Okay, we are going to move on to introduce Grace Moran-Follow MBE from the Crown Prosecution Service. Good morning, Grace. Looking wonderful and colourful there, as always.
Thank you. I'm dressed colourfully because today is Show Racism the Red Card. Wear Red Day. That's why I'm wearing red, which is amazing, actually, considering the speaker is from that charity. But today they asked everybody to wear red, so which is what I'm doing to help support and fundraise.
Brilliant. Thank you. I shall hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Grace, it's just going to take me a minute to get your presentation up. So if you could just start ad hoc and I'll get it up as soon as I can. Okay.
Okay. Yes, everyone. My name is Grace Moran-Follu. I work for the Crown Prosecution Service as an inclusion and community engagement manager. And today I was going to take you through who the CPS are, what we do, and also look at how the CPS actually prosecutes hate crime, some of the things we take into consideration, and touch on a bit of the data as well. I hope that won't bore you too much, but just kind of explore some of the data as far as the CPS are concerned. So my presentation is coming up. Here it comes. Thank you, Martin. That's not my one, but yeah, so hate crime with the Crown Prosecution Service. I don't know if you know what we do. We're the ones who work with the police when they charge somebody. Well, when the police attend an incident and they gather all the evidence together and they charge a person, all that information is given to the Crown Prosecution Service. And the Crown Prosecution Service makes sure that the defendant has actually broken the law and all the evidence can prove that that's the case. And then what we do is we present that in court before the magistrate. So I can see my presentation is up. Can you help me move it to the next slide, please? Because I've kind of given a bit of an introduction to myself.
It's just still loading up at the moment,
Okay.
so I'll get it up and on the next slide as soon as I can.
Yeah. I think sometimes people get the Crown Prosecution Service mixed up with the police and the courts. A lot of people don't really understand what we do at all. And because of that, there's a lot of confusion. And when a person is in the trauma of becoming a victim of crime who's actually going through the criminal justice process, or a witness, it can be very confusing sometimes to understand the different roles and responsibilities that all of the agencies have. So I'll just wait for, well, just to tell you a bit about the CPS, we're at the heart of the system. We're basically the biggest law firm in the country. We're the ones who provide all the legal review and advice in relation to everything that the police charge. We have around 6,000 very highly trained staff who have to make a decision to make sure that the right person is prosecuted for the right offense and that trials are fair, so offenders can be brought to justice, you know, as quickly and as fairly as possible. And that's one of the key things for us, is about fairness, because we're well aware that anybody can become a victim, a witness, or a defendant at this, well, even sometimes not intentionally. You can find yourself in a position where you've been accused of a crime. And I know what everybody would want. You know, if you were accused of an offense, you'd want the system to be fair to you, to make sure that all the evidence was weighed up. And even if the issue got to court, you'd want to make sure that there was impartiality, so the truth would come forward. And that's the approach the CPS takes. Is the slide ready now, Martin?
Not quite. It's ready baked, as Boris would say.
It's coming up. Anyway, so I've mentioned that. Okay, is it ready now? Excellent. So we can move on. Yes, I've kind of given an overview about what the CPS does and how many of us are involved in this process. So can you move onto the next one, please? The next slide, if you can. And that's about the CPS prosecuting independently without bias. This is coming up. Yeah, because I did mention that we have to be fair, objective, and impartial to secure justice for victims, witnesses, defendants, and the public, which is very important, because we don't prosecute on behalf of the victim. We prosecute on behalf of the community at large. And just to explain that to you, for example, if you have a situation where two neighbors, one neighbor is always beating another neighbor up, but the neighbor that is the victim says, I don't want to prosecute, I don't want to prosecute. Sometimes the police might bring all the evidence and the CPS will say, well, we're going to prosecute because we've got enough evidence to prove that this assault is taking place. And we're prosecuting not because the victim wants us to, we're prosecuting because it will benefit the community at large to have this aggressor who is beating somebody up brought to justice. Hope that kind of gives you a kind of understanding about why our approach and what we do as an organization. We're not there just for the victim, we're there for society at large. So if we move to the next slide, please. This kind of goes into a bit more explanation about what we don't do, because this is where some confusion sets in sometimes. We don't investigate crime, nor do we choose which cases to consider. We have to wait for the police to bring those cases to us. So often you get people who would say things like, they would contact the CPS and complain that they reported something to the police and nothing's happened. In that situation, the CPS can't actually do anything about that. We have to wait till the police are satisfied they have enough evidence to bring that case to us. We also don't decide whether a person is guilty of an offence. We look at the evidence and we make an assessment about whether we feel, if that evidence was put before a jury or a judge or a magistrate, that it's more than likely that that person would be found guilty. And that's really, really important, that we don't actually make a judgment about whether a person's guilty. That is up to the court service and the jury and the magistrate. We also take key decisions. That's the key thing about whether a case should come before the court. People break the law all the time. But then there's some instances where we might decide that actually it's not in the public interest for this case to be brought to court. There's loads of reasons why we might decide a thing is in the public interest. For example, if we find a shop had been burgled, but the defendant who burgled the shop was 105, could hardly walk, just used his working stick to smash the shop window and grab something just for the fun of it. We might, well, I won't say for the fun of it, but we might decide in those instances not to charge the defendant because he was too old to go through a prosecution process. That's a bad example, but it kind of shows you sometimes we don't prosecute cases because the defendant's too young, too old, mentally, or that there's an issue, an underlying issue that isn't necessarily to do with the criminal offence, which is why the issue was reported to police in the first place. I'll just give you an example. When people are in a domestic dispute, I'm not talking about domestic violence. I'm talking about where there's like a family dispute. Sometimes people might maliciously get the police to intervene. But actually, when we look at the evidence and the public interest, we think maybe this isn't a good thing to prosecute. So if we move on to the next slide, please. We're going to look at why the CPS, how the CPS approaches hate crime. Now, hate crime is quite an interesting thing. Just like the previous speaker said, the word hate is quite emotive, and it's used in criminal justice to categorize a type of offending behavior. Most of us use the term hate crime or hate incident, but actually the legal definition doesn't include anything to do with hate at all. Can you move on to the next slide, please, Martin? The legal definition talks about issues around spite, aggression, antagonism. And these are the kind of hate incidents are made up of activities that meet the dictionary definition of hostility. So it's got nothing to do with hate. So a person doesn't have to say, I hate you for it to be a hate incident, but it's the underlying behavior behind why they do the offense or what happens when the offense takes place that makes it a hate incident. Hope that makes sense to everybody. I'll go on to the next slide. I'm rushing through this a bit, but I hope it's not too fast. I know that someone's already spoken to you about the definition of a hate incident. And I just want to add, just like the previous speaker said, people commit offenses based on a whole range of reasons for hostility. Sometimes it could be the victim is targeted because they're homeless and alcoholics, or they get beaten up by some nasty, spiteful cowards, or even sometimes because a person's wearing glasses. There could be so many reasons. But in relation to hate incidents, this is about the cases we count. It doesn't mean we don't prosecute incidents where the victim is homeless and things like that, but it's what we actually count in the system. So as you can see, legally, the government has said these are the things that it wants everybody to count in relation to hate crime. So that's disability hate crime, racist and religious incidents, transgender identity, anything to do with hostility towards a person's whether they're transgender or not, and also sexual orientation as well. Oh, someone's asked for examples of successfully prosecuted hate crimes. We have lots. We have lots, and I'll speak about that towards the end, about the number of cases we prosecute. Now, thank you for that, Sheila. It is a fantastic question, actually. So yeah, so I'm not going to go too much into the definition because it's already been done. But what I will do is, if we can move on to the next question. Actually, sorry, can we go back? I just want to emphasize one last thing on the other slide. In the definition, it says it's a hate incident if somebody else, if the victim or somebody else thinks the person who caused the harm was motivated by hostility or prejudice. That's quite interesting, because what it means is that an incident, victims usually of racist hate crime, for example, just accept that this is just normal behavior that they put up with every day. However, when an incident is reported to the police, if the police officer looks at the evidence and think, wow, this is motivated by hostility towards the victim, it will be then logged as a hate crime. So it doesn't depend on the victim saying, oh, I'm a victim of a hate crime. It doesn't depend on that. It depends on other people as well, looking at that information and making a decision too about whether they perceive the incident or the crime was motivated by hate. And I think it's a bit of a safety net, because you're not relying on the victim to say that. So just moving on very swiftly. Sorry, Martin, thank you. And it's just to, this slide is just to kind of remind reassure you that the Crown Prosecution Service knows that hate incidents cause fear, isolation, and community distrust. They cause a lot of trouble. Sometimes people think that hate crime is trivial. It's not important. Actually, it's extremely important, because we know that little incidents, whether it's shouting at someone at the bus stop or saying something unkind and spitting on the floor in front of them, these are incidents that escalate really, really quickly, which is why the government understands the value and importance of cracking down on hate crime. So it's not because the government thinks people are too touchy, or, oh, there's some very, people are always victimized, we've got to help them. It's because they know how incendiary these issues are and how quickly they escalate. So if we can move to the next slide, please, Martin. This slide kind of shows you the extreme end of hate crime. And I know the previous speaker touched on it. This is about extremism, how quickly things can escalate. And I think everyone remembers poor Jo Cox, who was murdered by a man called Thomas Mayer, who objected to her trying to help refugees. I mean, can you imagine the violent hate, the hostility in him, that he would feel it necessary to hurt a woman just doing her job. So I think it kind of explains the magnitude and gravity of hate crime. It's not something trivial, and it's not something that people should just put up with. And there's some other examples as well of hate on that picture. And it mentions the LGBT community who've experienced bombs and things, people putting bombs in there when they gather together. It's just horrendous. So it's just good to understand that the CPS absolutely understands the gravity of hate crime and is really working with the criminal justice system to make sure we send a clear message to society that it won't be tolerated. So there's different types of hate crime. I'm just going to touch on a few of them. So Martin, if you don't mind, we're going to look at disability hate crime. Just touching, because there's lots of types of hate crime. This is one of the hate crimes that we count legally. We're meant to count this, and disability hate crime is a huge problem because lots of disabled people tend to put up with a lot of terrible offences being committed against them. A lot of the time, they don't even realise that people are committing crimes against them by the way people treat them in public and in private. And it's a very tricky aspect to prosecute, because a lot of crime, not only does it take place in public, but a lot of it is committed by people who have a very close, intimate relationship with the victims. So it's very, very challenging, and it's part of what we want to raise awareness of. We want people to feel confident in reporting these incidents to the police so we can prosecute them. A lot of the people who commit hate crime against disabled people often do it because they feel that the victims are vulnerable and they're easy target, and society won't necessarily care that much if, you know, they do what they want to do to these victims. Is terrible. So, you know, we're very aware that prejudice, discrimination, and the social exclusion experienced by many disabled people is often a result of society in general. The way we treat disabled people actually encourages a lot of the offenders to behave the way they do. So it's a big issue for us. We really want to raise awareness of disability hate crime. We really want to encourage victims to come forward and report incidents to the police. We're going to talk about the data later on. So I'm going to also touch on I just want to say one other thing. The CPS is also consciously aware about some of the issues in relation to disability, about the social model and the medical model, the way disabled people are treated in society. And it's something that we're trying to, we take into consideration when we do our prosecution decisions. For example, many years ago, it would have been considered a challenge to bring a victim to court who had Down syndrome. I'm just giving an example, like 15, 20 years ago, we would have said, oh, there's no way a person with Down syndrome can give evidence. That wouldn't be pulled apart by the defense. But now we have, you know, we have intermediaries, we have lots of support to help victims give their evidence. And I remember a case many, many years ago where we had a lady who was paralyzed, and she was sexually assaulted in the hospital. All she could move was her eyes, and she'd been raped by one of the people who worked in the facility that she was staying, and she was able to give evidence by blinking. I mean, that was amazing, because probably 10 years previously to that, they wouldn't even have bothered trying to prosecute that. But it just shows things have really moved on in leaps and bounds, which is why we want to encourage people to come forward and not feel that their testimony has less value than anybody else's. We really want to emphasize that. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Is that the next slide is about homophobic and transphobic hate crime. This is another issue for the Crown Prosecution Service. We know that 1 in 5 lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people have experienced hate crime or a hate incident just because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity in the last 12 months. A lot of them, offenders, tongue-tied here, a lot of offences go unreported. Particularly younger LGBTI people find it very, very challenging to go to the police. And I just want to encourage you all to please understand that the CPS, the police, are at your side. If you experience any incidents like this, you need to report them to the police so we can gather the evidence and so we can prosecute them for you. So moving on to the next slide, please, which is all about racist and religious hate crime. This is another challenging issue. We do prosecute more racist and religious hate crime than any other hate crime, maybe because there's more people who are able to report. I'm so sorry, everybody. It's a live show. I'm getting calls in. I'm using my mobile phone because my work system doesn't work, which is why I'm getting interruptions. Right, where was I? Yeah, we're well aware. This is Black History Month. Part of the reason I'm dressed up like this is to celebrate Black History Month and Hate Crime Awareness Week. And we know that Black communities are particularly lacking in confidence and trust in the criminal justice system, and mainly because we're actually overrepresented in most stages of the criminal justice system. You know, we're disproportionately targeted by the police, the community. We're more likely to be imprisoned and more likely to be in prison for longer than others. And we're more likely to be victims of hate crime. So, you know, the CPS is well aware of these issues, and we try to do what we can to ensure that when people do come forward and report, that they have understanding of our commitment to make sure we prosecute these types of offences against them. And what do we mean by racism? I just want to touch on racist hate crime. It's not just about the colour of a person's skin. It includes their background, their culture, their nationality, and sometimes even their immigration status. So we look at everything in the round, and also we look at things intersectionally as well. And we're well aware that people are not just one thing. You're not just a disabled person. You might be Asian, disabled, and gay. So the CPS is well aware of the intersectionality, and we try to be very, very sensitive to make sure we support victims and witnesses with this as well. You know, all the nuances and issues that can often be very challenging if you're going to go to court. And with that in mind, I just want to touch on the next slide, which kind of shows the intersectionality between the next slide. Oh yeah, between race and religion. The way cases are counted, I'm using that word counted, there's an idea that there's a perception that a person only commits an offense against a person for one reason, or I'm going to commit an offense against this person because the person is African Caribbean. But actually, there's lots of reasons between people's motivation, and in relation to racist and religious, there's often overlapping. Sometimes a person can be attacked because of their race. Sometimes crimes can be committed against them just because of their religion. And sometimes there's an overlap. There's a mixture of lots of things: their religion, their race, their sexuality, the fact they have a disability. So it's just for you guys, you know, for you to understand that there's a good understanding of the intersectionality in relation to crimes and how they're committed against people in the society. Moving on to the next slide, it says that it was touched on by our colleague, the previous speaker, who said not all hate incidents involve criminal behavior. And that's something that it can be quite confusing for people, because it's only a hate crime if the law is actually broken. And sometimes, for example, someone might park in a disabled spot and people might say, call the police. And there's a perception sometimes in people's minds that if you park in a parking spot, you're actually breaking the law. You're breaking the law, but it might be civil law, but not criminal law. You see the difference between, so what might have happened there if someone parks in a disabled spot, that might be a hate incident. If the person says, I don't care, I'm parking there because I want to, and I don't care if it's for disabled people. It could be a hate incident, but it's not actually a hate crime. Because often we get people who would say things like people are laughing loudly or making gestures at the bus stop or disparaging comments, and people often get disappointed that people aren't arrested for these things, but actually you can only be charged if you break the law. Johnny, I don't know, my slides have disappeared. Is it because
we're running out of time, and I know we have some...
No problem. Okay. I'll end it there then. There's a few more slides to go, but I'll end it there. I wanted to touch on some data, but it doesn't matter. Thank you so much for your time, everybody.
Perhaps our questions might cover that data. Martin, do you have the questions? Are they in the comments section?
Yeah, I don't know whether you can see them on the screen. So Steve's asked, has CPS undertaken any research into the underreporting of hate crime from any particular sections of the community?
In relation to roles and responsibilities, we would ask, but the reporting of hate crime is something that we work with our partners on. Don't forget, the CPS is only involved, I'm just saying, explaining our role when a person is going through the criminal justice system, is actually giving evidence in court. So the reporting aspect, really, that kind of research might be done by the police, and we would work in partnership with them to explore that. But we would do research, for example, on things like how victims and witnesses from different communities experience the prosecution process rather than the reporting, but we work in partnership for that. Anything
Lovely.
else?
Yeah, we've got a couple more. We've got quite a few. Probably too many to go through. What about hate crime against women or hate crime against those with hidden disabilities? I think everything that's been said applies.
Well, disabilities includes hidden disabilities, whether it's mental health, so it covers all of that. And then hate crime against women, there's a violence against women agenda, which to me is actually to do with hate crime towards women. It includes domestic abuse, rape and sexual offences. These are all hostility towards women, but it was badged as a violence against women agenda. But what they haven't done is included random acts of violence against women, which is where the misogyny aspect comes in.
Yeah, and then the
Okay.
kind of follow up to that, would those behaviours, pointing and laughing, etc., not be considered a form of harassment toward disabled people? Yeah, they absolutely would.
Yes, they would, as a pattern of repeated behaviour, which could be reported to the police, and that would then become a criminal offence where you've got harassment as a criminal offence. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to have to go now. I know my time is up, but thank you so much. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak to you. And if you want me to do
we couldn't have a hate crime event and not have you along.
Thank you so much. I'll speak to you later then. I have to go now, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right then.
Okay, so timings are slightly changed, a little bit more fluid. We're going to have a very quick 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back and have a look at the harms of hate. So see you in about 5 minutes' time. Thanks, everybody. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. Timings are slightly amended. We were due to have Iman from Tal Mama this morning, but they've had some technical problems, so they won't be able to join us till around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I do hope you'll stick around with us for that. Can I encourage you, while I've got your attention, to tweet and do all of those wonderful social media things, Instagram and all that kind of stuff, with the hashtag No to Hate, as Martin very kindly put at the bottom. Thank you, Martin. Do link us in with your particular organisation, with hashtags and the tweety things and, you know, all that kind of wonderful stuff that I don't understand. But there you go. So we're going to show now the short film that was created by the Hate Crime Lab at the University of Leicester. They do an awful lot of research to do with hate crime. And I'll be presenting a bit more of their information later on during my presentation. But their information is at the bottom of your screen now. So quite often, unless we are actually talking to victims of hate crime on a regular basis, we don't actually see the effects of hate crime on people. And certainly if you're a perpetrator, you won't have any understanding necessarily of the impact of your actions. Quite a few of the presenters already this morning have talked about the impact of hate crime on people's everyday lives. And I'll talk a bit more about that later on. But this is a very impactful short film from University of Leicester with people who represent the different strands of reported hate crimes. So I'm going to leave this playing. We're going to have another 5-minute break afterwards before we have David Hull-Waters speak to us at round about 12:10. So here is The Harms of Hate.
Just going to say, it's the first time we've tried streaming a video like this. So if there are any issues with it, I'll make sure to put a link directly in the comments so that people can watch it in full.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Nutty, grab, like goth, like emo, and that's kind of not even without even speaking to me. They'll just see me and go, "Oh, grab."
Another one is go back home where you came from. Well, this is my home. I live here. Where else can I go?
You get when you go into a shop and you pay for something, they take the money off you and then give the change to the person with you, you know, because they don't see you, you know. I'm there. I'm 20 stone plus. I'm 3 feet wide, and people don't see me. You know, it's quite ridiculous. You know, what else can you say? You know, I'm the invisible man.
How would you describe yourself?
That's a good question. I never thought of that.
Probably transgender. That is of the male to female variety.
I suffer from mental health problems, and it's probably I've had disability all my life, and it's probably been worse because of my mental health problems. It brought on my mental health problems a bit worse.
A survivor. Yeah, that's probably the answer. I'm a survivor. I had polio almost from birth, and I grew up with that.
The kind of things I've experienced over the years are like physical, verbal, kind of a bit psychological in a way.
When I've been out with my boyfriend and stuff, sometimes you forget, like in a public place, it's not as accepting to hold hands, to be affectionate. You can feel awkward, especially if you do it without realising, and you see people staring or kids pointing to the parents and sort of asking questions, "Mummy, why is that boy holding that other boy like that?" and stuff. The main experience, my worst experience, was being out on the night out in Braunston Gate with some friends, was leaving the club, getting ready to leave. I'd had a couple of drinks, I was quite merry. this straight lad had said a few comments, me being drunk, not sensing how this situation could have escalated as quick as it did. I said something back. Before I knew it, I was being attacked, and at hospital having to give police statements the days after. The lad was took to court. He was prosecuted for it, for a common assault and I think some sort of homophobic abuse. I felt quite hurt, upset, and angry towards Leicester as such, let down by the security on Broadston Gate, bouncers and stuff. There's a mixture of feelings, really.
I have experienced a load of different forms of hate. Like bullying on the bus, bullying in the bus queue, bullying at the train station, online bullying. But probably one of my worst feelings is when I would threaten to be killed. They make me feel very low and quite suicidal at times, and I have tried to take my own life on several different occasions. Overdoses, jumping off a roof of a building, cutting myself. So several different times, several different kinds of taking my life. The perpetrators are normally people who don't have the empathy and don't have the understanding of the damage it had done to people.
There was one incident in particular where I went shopping in my local supermarket. And as you know, when we're all queuing up to get to the till, I just happened to pick something up. I turned around, I saw a till was free, so went straight to it. I hadn't realized that people were queuing. You're supposed to have a single queue to get to the tills. I put my basket down and a man came from the other queue, pushed me, and said, "People like you are just trying to take over our country." And he threw my basket away and pushed me out of the way and told other people to come and stand there in the queue. And the verbal abuse just continued. He wouldn't stop talking. Sad thing was, no one said anything. It was a simple mistake. All he had to say is, "Excuse me, there's a queue here." And I would have moved to the back of the queue. Anyone can make a mistake, but just because I dress like this didn't give him the right to hurl abuse at me. And so I was really upset. I was very shaken. I could have left, but there was something I really needed for my son, and I had to pay for it. So I paid for it, came home, and I think I was really, really upset. I was very shaken, and I just started to cry because I hadn't really done anything wrong. I didn't deserve that.
I've had abuse from 16-year-olds up to 80-year-olds. A short time ago, I went round to a hardware shop about 2 streets away from here, and I was sitting outside the shop, and a group of youths come along, and it was my power chair I was in. It was switched on, and one of them grabbed the control and started manoeuvring my chair without direction. He just pulled the lever in any direction. They were about 18-year-old. You know, they were. I suppose in their mind they were just playing, but in my mind they could have killed me because we were sitting on the main road. They seemed to think it was their right to do as they pleased to me. You know, left me very disturbed, very worked up. But there's nothing much you can do about it because they're young and they're gone. I've always been brave enough to face up to the cowards that pick on you. I've always never stood down, never stepped back. The result being that people think you're angry or you're nasty. It's not, it's defense. All you're doing is stopping people from hurting you. You can't imagine how much it takes to stand there and say, I'm hurt. I've never told that. This is the first time I've ever spoken to anybody like this. Yeah, it's very hard to be me. And some people think you're ignorant, and it's not ignorance, it's defense. And it's a very important defense, because the minute it goes down, you are so vulnerable.
The time we do with it, I just ignore it and just hang out with my other friends as well. And like a lot of my other friends kind of like have experienced that kind of thing as well. Sometimes we'll just talk and like laugh about it, like going like, oh, this guy called me a greb the other day or something like, but we just laugh about it really. Like kind of that's another thing as well. They'll kind of just say, oh, you're into your shouty music or things like that. And I'm like, yes, I am. And then I'll just listen to some like music. It's like I was saying though, like if someone's kind of like, it doesn't make me want to change, just makes you want to even be more that way.
People think travellers, especially travelling girls, they're at home, they clean up, they don't work, they're always on the benefits. Me, on the other hand, I've got a job. I work every week. I'm on the youth commission. I do all sponsors for things, and I help out charities in the best way I can. I think Travellers is targeted really for the media. The media's portrayed Travellers as we're all the same. We all throw rubbish and everything everywhere, and we all steal, and we all do things badly. Not everybody's the same, but what the media portray, everybody reads, so all travellers get targeted for what the media portray you as.
I think I'm a victim of hate crime because of who I am, what I look like, and just my general lifestyle. I've had people shout oi tranny and fag, every rude name you can think of. If I'm out and I'm approaching a car or my house, I will have the key in my hand a good 20 or more feet before I get to the door, in case I need to make a quick entrance. And I will be totally aware of what's going around me. You tend to be on edge all the time you're out.
The advice I'll give to anyone that kind of, looks at someone is getting a hard time, like, don't change the way you are at all. Just, if someone's calling you a name and just saying, oh, you're a greb, just say, yeah, I am. Like, don't change the way you're told because I know everyone's kind of saying you should look more normal or you should cut your hair. Like, don't change anything at all. Just kind of stay the way you are. Because when you get older, you'll find people like you, and like, there's nothing different about you as a person. You just look different, and you should never change the way you are just because people are telling you to.
Stay strong. Stay strong. The only thing you can do when people don't understand your disability is either try and explain it to them, which is not going to work in most cases. But stay strong, stay true to yourself. Don't let people get to you. Try and be the best you can be for you.
If you could ask the people watching this film a question, what would you ask them?
I would ask them, do you realise what damage you have done to people who have had the disability and who had the disability?
You imagine your children going to school and purposely being picked on for who they are. They're coming back, and then one day when you're sending them to school and they're on their hands and knees begging and crying, not to send them to school only because people pick on them. You ask yourself, would you like your children to do that?
How would they feel if every time they went out to have fun with their friends, they had to deal with worrying if they was going to be set upon or attacked even?
I suppose the question is, I mean, how would they feel if they had to constantly watch over their shoulder for somebody bigger and stronger and harder than them, who was just about to give them a good slap around the head? And, you know, would they be on edge? I'm sure they would be on edge.
It doesn't matter who's standing around. They'll never see it the way you do. They'll never know the hurt that you've walked away with.
Trying to be invisible is not easy. I want you to think how you would feel if you had to do that, trying to be invisible at all times.
How would you feel if you were singled out? For no reason, just on the way you look or like the hair you've got or the piercings you've got. And like a lot of the time just like, you know, been a bit kind of just feeling unsafe. No one should have to do that really, just because of the way they look.
Well, never fails to have an impact on me seeing that film.
I was just going to say, I can see the speakers that are waiting, and I know that we've all seen that film a number of times, and every single time it elicits a reaction. Very, very powerful. I think that's the comments that are coming from the viewers as well.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. I've learnt in the training that I deliver around hate crime, I've learnt not to show that film, but to encourage people to watch it in their own time, because once you've seen that, it's very difficult to do anything else after that. So we're going to have a short break, a 10-minute break. Come back at 12:05, please, ready to listen to our equality and inclusion consultant, the wonderful David Hull-Watters. So yeah, see you back here at 12:05. Thanks, everybody. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. It's the second half of the conference. Slightly amended running order, but I will announce the changes as we're going along. So I'm about to introduce you to David Hull-Waters, who is an inclusion and wellbeing consultant. He's won a raft of awards for his work around diversity and inclusion. He's a former teacher with 25 years of experience. You can tell how young he looks. But he trains across all strands of diversity and inclusion. Hello, David. He created the Respect Programme based on the Equality Act. And David is also founder and coordinator of the International Give 'em Hope campaign. He's a marriage equality pioneer. As I say, won lots and lots of different awards for his work and diversity. I'm so pleased to be able to introduce him to you today. He's a man who completely inspires me to do what I do. And I just think he is totally amazing. So thank you, David. You've given up your time for us today. Really do appreciate it. I shall stop waffling and let you get on with it.
All right, John. Thank you. What a nice introduction that was. Oh, I'll live on that for months. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to join you as you're marking this National Hate Crime Awareness Week. So thank you both, Martin and John, for having me today. It's a real pleasure. So as we've heard, this is the week of action which takes place to encourage local authorities, police and councils, key partners, communities affected by hate crime, all communities that are affected by hate crime, to work together to tackle local hate crimes. And just wondering if we could go on to the next slide, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. And I shall progress in a second. Oh, isn't technology fabulous? Right, here we go. I'll carry on.
Don't curse it.
So besides my work and as an inclusion and wellbeing consultant, for fun, I've worked, as John said, on the Equal Love UK campaign alongside Peter Tatchell and Outrage to challenge the marriage equalities in the UK. So that was kind of really cool and a good learning curve for me in terms of advocacy and activism. I learned a lot from that experience. At the same time, I did set up the Give 'em Hope campaign. I was quite inspired by bringing together minority communities rather than having a sole focus on LGBT or disability or race, religion. I felt that as minorities, bringing us together, we actually are the majority, and our voices collectively have much more power. So that's why I created the Give 'em Hope campaign, which is videos and written testimonies which are available online and are there to inspire others to feel more empowered. I'm currently editing my book, Never Blend In, which is solely focused on LGBTQ+ role models, and that's stories of resilience and empowerment. Again, so that others can listen or read and maybe get some power from the words and realize they're not quite alone in their own circumstances. But today, my focus will be on my role as an engagement and communications team member for 172430, which is National Hate Crime Awareness Week. So my plan is, as you can see on the slide, to introduce the charity for those who are not aware of us, 172430. We're going to explore why we need organizations like yours and like 172430, and why still, sadly, we need National Hate Crime Awareness Week. I'd like to explain what we do and explore also what anyone watching here today can do for themselves within their own communities. Lastly, I'd finish with discussing something we've already explored: witnessing, experiencing, and reporting hate crime. I've got a free resource that I would be really happy to send out to anyone with connections to organizations, websites, for any help across the country and in fact internationally. So if we move on to Our next slide, let's just explore a little bit about 172430. It was founded as a Facebook group in March of 2009 by Mark Healy, who I feel should have an OBE or a CBE by now, and also Ryan Parkins, same goes for him. And this was founded to mark the 10th anniversary of what many of you would remember are the London nail bomb attacks, which were attacks in Brixton, in Brick Lane, and in Soho in 1999. So the name 172430 takes its name from those dates of the attacks. So moving on, since April of 2010, 172430 have organised 3 April Acts of Remembrance. There are the 2 smaller outreach events in Brixton and Brick Lane, and then the larger gathering in Soho. In 2010, we evolved into a small charity which was called 172430 No to Hate Crime Campaign. And then in January 2019, so fairly recently, we formally became 172430 National Hate Crime Awareness Week. And if we now can move on to our next slide, I'd like to explore, why do we need organizations like this? Why do we need National Hate Crime Awareness? It's 2020. I'm adding years. I was about to say 2021. It's almost there. I'm sure you are well aware that hate crimes have not decreased. This has been covered by other speakers today, and those who are involved as we are here, those who are watching, those who are presenting, we know that hate crimes have not decreased in recent years. And in fact, according to the government figures, the number of hate crimes reported have more than doubled in the last 5 years. So in 2019, just to put a figure on this, 78,991, very precise. The majority of hate crime offences were racially motivated, unsurprisingly, and that's an increase by 11% on the previous year. When it comes to transgender identity hate crimes, this is commonly the least commonly recorded hate crime, and for various reasons which have been explored and we can explore further. So the increase, however, is 37%. The Home Office figures have recorded a 25% rise in offences linked to sexual orientation and a 14% rise in disability hate crimes. To point out, National Hate Crime Awareness Week this year is focused on disability hate crimes. Each year we will have a different focus. However, we are looking at all hate crimes, but our main promotion of how we can source support and reporting strategies is really aimed at disability hate crimes this year. As you may be aware also, anti-Asian hate crimes are up by 21%. I heard that mentioned earlier on. And due, bizarrely, this to me makes no sense, and I'm sure to yourselves, during the coronavirus crisis. It's okay, it's insane to me, but this is human nature in a really twisted way. Just under half, so 47% of religious hate crimes, again, unsurprisingly, were targeted against Muslim people. And it's quite a similar proportion to last year. However, and I'll come to my thoughts on why, hate crimes against Jewish people have more than doubled, with 18% of religious hate crimes of targeting Jewish people. And that's compared to like 1,300 or so offences compared to 670 in the previous year. So a huge increase there. Now, this apparent dramatic rise in recent years may be partly, and again, we've covered this, improvements in crime recording and reporting. but there are some noticeable spikes which appear to correlate, in my mind, and you know, in discussions that you may read or hear online and elsewhere, they correlate with events such as our EU referendum, the terrorist attacks going back to 2017, COVID, as I pointed to earlier, as well as some more recent resistance to the galvanized, rightly so, the galvanized Black Lives Matter movement, and disappointingly, an increased overtly divisive rhetoric from political leaders and from within elements of the media. All of this has an impact. And I would like to quote Matthew Bolton, the executive director here of Citizens UK. He, you know, kind of backing up what I'm saying here, is saying political, media, and institutional decision makers need an action plan to stop the toxic mix of scare stories on social media and a divisive political environment, which is providing a breeding ground for hate. So they are answerable. They are very answerable. The correlation, to me at least, is incredibly clear. Moving on to the next slide. Let's talk about the joy of volunteering and being part of something, being part of a community. We counteract, as you do, as others do, we counteract this with our volunteers at 172430 National Hate Crime Week, where we organise the National Week across the country. We write to key figures across the social, political spectrum, encouraging them for things like statements of support and so on. And personally, I've reached the spreadsheet saturation point because I've contacted every single member of the Northern Irish Assembly, every mayor, for statements of support, and we've had a great response, and it's really quite encouraging to get those statements of support, and I hope that is the catalyst for more action within different communities. We create and distribute resources to promote the week, a whole load of things we do to just, you know, keep it not just as a week-long event, but throughout the year, to spread a message of hope across our social media and elsewhere. We attend meetings, we do research, but ultimately, if you can see the pictures there, despite the serious nature of this work, we do make sure we have a lot of fun doing it. It's always great to meet up and have like-minded people who are passionate about something, and it gives your life that extra bit of meaning, and you know, something to really feel enthusiastic about. But, you know, my question, and if people would be happy to, just in chat boxes or comment sections, wherever you're watching this, what are you doing? What are you doing now? It would be interesting for us all to be sharing what we're doing, or what we would like to do in our own local communities throughout the year, specifically for this National Hate Crime Awareness Week. What are you doing to encourage local authorities, key partners, or communities affected by hate crime to work together? Is there something that you are doing that maybe a bit different, or is there something that you're doing you could get people to get involved with? Because, like I say, there is such joy to be found in these types of organizations, and feeling that we're doing something to benefit our fellow humans in that sense. So please chat away in that box, and I'd love to see what others are doing. It really gets me fired up, as you can see. Our final slide, I believe this maybe. If we move on to that, let's just look at what we should do if we witness or experience a hate crime. And also, please, again, feel free to put in the chat box if there's something that you would suggest. My top 3 suggestions would be, in an emergency, of course, call the police. But if it is not a direct emergency and no direct risk, then dial 101. Then I would say also, there are those who are cautious, nervous about speaking to the police. So perhaps you can contact your local council. Many, although not all, have officers who can deal with hate crime. And I would again suggest, and I'll put that into any chat we've got, email me for the free Hate Crime UK resource. This has third-party advice and support organisations, no matter where you are in terms of identity. There will be a resource there for you. So I'll be sure to share that with you. But why? Why should you report hate crime? Does it do any good? Again, feel free, write your thoughts in the comments, in the chat. But reporting may help prevent further incidents from happening. Surely that's one decent reason why we should do it. It also helps the police to understand, as we heard earlier, the extent of hate crime in your local area, to better know who is being targeted, which groups are being targeted, so that they can build up a better picture and develop a better response to that, to support those particular communities who are at that point being targeted. And ultimately, reporting, I feel, makes an immeasurable difference to yourself personally, to your friends, to your family, and to the wider community. We're not just reporting crimes that affect us directly. We witness hate crimes, against another minority person, and that has to be tackled. So we all have a part to play. Ultimately, is my message, and we can do it with some joy and with a sense of community. We've all got a part to play in ensuring that our community feels safe for all. I'll bring this to an end by saying thank you so much for including me in today's conference. It's such a joy to be involved in supporting the work, the advocacy work of like-minded people and organisations. And I'm hopeful that we've got some time for comments or some questions. So I'll pass myself back to Martin or John, probably John.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. I believe we have some questions.
Yeah.
So Steve has asked, as these are reported offences, then the reality is much higher. Do you have any estimation on how much higher?
Well, no. So the statistics are all we have to go on, to be honest. But yeah, there are definitely a lot more crimes committed, or incidents even, that are not reported. So I'm sorry, I can't give you any direct figures. I'll post the link to the National Hate Crime Awareness website, which has probably got some more detail. So I will post that. We've got up-to-date research there, but me, no. It's
I know what you mean. Thank you. Okay. So Priscilla says it's quite emotionally upsetting and draining for victims to have to relive the trauma of the incident to report it, only to be told nothing will come of it, really, other than being part of a statistic.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That is very true, but it's still so important to report it so that the police can build up a picture of what's going on. And there will be some support in place there if someone is courageous enough to go forward and speak about it. So never hold back. Do make that up. That moving video you showed, it had me, floods almost. And powerful stories. That the man with the dark glasses, when he said it was the first time he'd shared that, it just, and you think, that's awful for that man. He needed to have shared that before to get the support he needed.
Absolutely. So Sheila says, what's your view on the government asking employers to do the job of immigration, checking an individual's status in this country? This should be done at the point of entry into this country.
Oh, absolutely. It should not be passed down to individual employers. That is not what an employer is there to do. There should be policies and procedures in place which are then followed by employers. But no, absolutely not, because then individual employers may have discriminatory practices that may be conscious or subconscious biases that they hold. And that opens a whole can of worms, doesn't it? Then individuals should not be given that responsibility. Absolutely not.
Wonderful. And Lorraine says, until today, I think it was the thought that nothing might not be done about it.
Yeah, that's true. Because we often do, we do think, oh, what is the point? What is the point? There is a point. There is a huge point in reporting. Things will be done. There are organisations like yourselves and like 172430 all across this country, across the world, where we can access support, and reporting can be done through an organisation rather than directly to the police or even to the council. It can be done with the support of a third-party organisation. So you have to report. You have to report. It's like being bullied in school. Nothing will be done and the bullies will carry on. The reporting will make a difference to the statistics that are there and the responses that are being made. So yes, that's all I've got to say. Do report every time, because it does make a change ultimately. It really does.
That's very much a clear message that's come out from today. The importance of encouraging people to report. And I think we as a reporting centre, we have a duty to ensure that we're a bridge between that person and the support that they may need more in a more specialist capacity, but also between us and the police. To ensure that these things are recorded and reported, and pictures are built up about where things are happening and where more police support may be needed.
Yes, absolutely. So, most definitely.
Do we have any more questions just before I let David go reluctantly? Says thank you, David.
Oh, thank you so much. You've done an incredible job here today. I've really been inspired by your speakers. I kind of want to reach out to all of them and say thank you. But thank you to you in particular and to Martin. You've done an amazing job here. It's a really important thing to have done today.
I'm really pleased that you had the time to be involved, and it's lovely that you came along. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was inspired when I heard you speaking of the quote of Mahatma Gandhi: "Be the change that you wish to see in the world." Because you are the embodiment of that change.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. We all do our bit, don't we? We all do our bit, and collectively we have that strength. And I think earlier on I said the minority groups are the majority when we join together, and that's that intersectionality as well. We need to harness the power of that and realize we are not the ones who are weak, because together we are very strong and we can make a change.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, good point to finish on. Thank you, David. You are an absolute star.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be watching.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you to David. Absolutely inspirational. So we are moving on now to a brief presentation from Martin about the work of Disability Direct and Nimbus Disability. Martin, if you are there.
Yes, I'm here, omnipresent.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. My name's Martin, and I run a company called Nimbus Disability, which is a sister company to the charity Disability Direct in Derby. Disability Direct has been running the hate crime project, helping people to identify and report hate crimes, hate incidences, and they've been doing a fantastic job. Greg, who's not here today, as John mentioned at the beginning, is on paternity leave, so I've been sort of drafted in to do this presentation. And I think it's important to kind of say I'm not an expert in hate crime, but the work that Nimbus does is specifically around equality in day-to-day life, so the requirements businesses need to make for disabled people. And I kind of wanted to talk about what's not hate crime, because sometimes for disabled people it can be a little bit muddled and confused, and I thought, building on everything that everybody's already talked about hate crime and disability hate crime, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what our other rights are as disabled people when it comes to equality, and where sometimes the line between a failure to make a reasonable adjustment can be blurred with hate crime. So our work is centered around a piece of legislation called the Equality Act, which came into effect in 2010. and it's entirely around the duty to make reasonable adjustments. So the Equality Act generally provides people with all protected characteristics the right to not be discriminated against. But it goes a little bit further for disabled people, and sometimes this is where there's a little bit of a grey area, because what it does for disabled people is it places a responsibility on a provider to make what are called reasonable adjustments, which is completely grey, and it's completely unique to any particular given situation. And sometimes in negotiating that, there's confusion about what's required from the provider, what's needed from the customer, and sometimes it can get a little bit fraught and can be mistaken for a hate crime when it's actually something that you'd have legal recourse under the Equality Act. So, to put it in a nutshell, when we think of disability, we need to think of disability in a slightly different way. We, as disabled people, I'm a disabled person, aren't disabled by the fact that we have a medical condition, but we're disabled and we're placed at a disadvantage by the barriers that we face on a day-to-day basis. So, at its simplest, the example I always give is a flight of steps to somebody that can't walk up a flight of steps is a barrier. And removing that barrier is enabling a disabled person and is a reasonable adjustment. So it's for us as disabled people to communicate those needs with providers, but providers should also be preempting those as well. So it's when those conversations become difficult that you've got recourse for support, and that's always going to be through Disability Direct. So whether it's a hate crime, whether it's a failure to make a reasonable adjustment, or whether you just want some information and advice, for disabled people in Derby, Disability Direct's a really critical resource. And I'd definitely suggest that anybody that's watching this with an interest in disability sign up to the Facebook page and get in touch and let yourselves be known to DD and the range of services that they provide. And obviously, when it comes to hate crime, we've got Greg, who's done a fantastic job with supporting people to identify crimes, incidents, and failures to make reasonable adjustments. So there's this range in there that becomes a little bit complicated when it's disabled people, but we're here for you. Whether you're not sure about your legal rights, whether you think you've been a victim of hate crime, it can be muddled. I think the best example I can give at the moment for how this is working in real day-to-day life, we've had a few people come to us around mask exemption. And it's a really hot topic at the moment because disabled people can be exempt from wearing masks. And as a reasonable adjustment, providers should be letting disabled people that are exempt use the services. So that's your legal right in terms of the Equality Act. But where it can tip into a hate crime or a hate incident is when you start getting abuse for not wearing a mask. So it might be abuse from a provider, just shouting, no, you're not coming in, get out, no mask, no service. Or a few times now, we've had people reporting that it's not necessarily staff. Staff might be aware that there's an exemption in place, but it's from other customers. It's from other customers being rude and aggressive about not wearing a mask. So it's quite similar to the video that we showed earlier with the Muslim lady who was pushed out of the queue. You know, we are actually in real time experiencing that kind of thing at the moment. So I definitely suggest that anybody with any questions or queries around that, again, make yourselves known to Disability Direct, and we as a whole will support you. I'm going to bring John back in. We've got a couple of questions. So if we go through them together. what if you experience this discrimination already in the last 18 months? Can you still report it with DD? What if you don't live in Derby and Derbyshire? There are time limits on bringing legal cases under the Equality Act. If you don't live in Derby and Derbyshire, there's a service called the Equality Advisory Service, which is run by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and you can go to them for support. They tend to more take case studies, test cases where there's big dramatic impact on a case. But I think it's a good point time to mention. I mean, the access card that is sponsoring this feed is a service of ours, which is a proof of access requirements card that helps you assert those rights when you're out and about in day-to-day life. So I think generally, John, you'll agree, there are lots of resources out there, and I think as community user-led organisations, it's kind of our responsibility to be more aware of where all of those different resources are and point you in the right direction sometimes, rather than actually providing you with that direct support and advice. And Disability Direct, Derbyshire LGBT plus, I'm just so used to calling you Derbyshire friend. There are lots of us like there in other cities throughout the UK. So always make yourself known to your local user-led organisations. I think that's a follow-on, an employment case. Again, there are time limits. ACAS is one to go to. Priscilla again. What if they're being refused service for not wearing a mask because someone else in the building is vulnerable and needs to protect against COVID by asking others to wear a mask? I think that question in a nutshell is a great example of why the legislation is so grey and unique to each individual situation. So in that situation, it's about finding the reasonable tipping point between meeting both people's needs. So how you can redesign or refine the service or the employment provision to make sure that both people's needs are being met. When it comes to equality and disability equality, one man's solution is another man's barrier. So it can get complicated. And again, this is where negotiation becomes important. I think that's all of the questions. If there are any more questions at all, again, reach out to either your local user-led organisation, which in Derby is Disability Direct, on 299449. Obviously, a simple Google search. And if anybody has any questions of me or the access card, all of our contact details will be on at the end of this session as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Martin. I think it's really important, I think, certainly to spread the message that Disability Direct exists, and that similar to Derbyshire LGBT plus, that you're there to support people. Let me see, Priscilla, what was the card you were discussing that helped? That's the access card. If you contact Martin, he can tell you a bit.
Yeah, it's the access card. So that's accesscard.org.uk. It's a nationwide scheme. Well, it's actually an international scheme now, where we communicate through a series of symbols what your reasonable adjustments might need to be. So we've got over 1,000 different venues throughout the UK and abroad that will formally acknowledge those needs, whether it's to skip queues at Alton Towers or whether it's to get a free companion ticket to Glastonbury Festival.
Excellent. Do we have any more questions or comments? No, I think that's just about it, Martin.
Yeah, sorry, I'm busy trying to set up the next speaker as well. I've got a lot of hats on today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so we are now moving on slightly earlier which does give our next speakers a little bit more time if they need it. And that's Laura and Chelsea from Derbyshire Victim Service, doing absolutely amazing work. What today has really highlighted for me is the amount of amazing people who I've come into contact with and who I've worked with and who are supporting victims of hate crime across the county. And Laura and Chelsea, just amazing people. So thank you. You are incredible in my eyes. I'm very fortunate to know you. So I'm going to pass you over to Laura and Chelsea to talk about Derbyshire Victim Services.
Thank you, John. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for listening to us today for our hate crime workshop for Hate Crime Awareness Week 2020. Slightly different this year, but we'll make do with what we've got. Martin, can I get the first slide up, please? Is it working? Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Laura Ridley. I'm an adult victim caseworker for the Chesterfield and North East Derbyshire area, and I'm also the hate crime lead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Chelsea Lambert, and I'm a restorative domestic abuse practitioner for the Got Your Back service in Derbyshire.
We wanted to kind of just explain to you all as well the service and the support that we offer, and obviously touch on hate crime in a little bit more in depth as well. So our services, we have Remedy that work, they have restorative justice practitioners. They do a lot of reparation work. They do a lot of work involving both victim and offender. It is very victim led, but it's got to be a positive outcome for both parties. We have ourselves at Derbyshire Victim Services. We provide emotional and practical support for victims of crime. We don't support victims of domestic abuse and sexual abuse, but we are part of a core service, so there is other services involved for those crimes. We've got an antisocial behaviour team as well. We've got 3 caseworkers that cover Derbyshire and Derby City for victims that are experiencing antisocial behaviour. We've got the Step Up Beat Hate programme that obviously I take a lot of involvement in. And then I'm going to pass you over to Chelsea to discuss Got Your Back.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conferences so far. So as Laura says, I work within the Got Your Back team within Derbyshire. I work with young people aged 14 to 24 who have or who are experiencing domestic abuse. I also work with families where a young person is showing signs of controlling behaviour towards their parent or caregiver. And within the Got Your Back team as well, we work with young people who have been a victim of hate crime now, or any crime, sorry. But something that I've picked up on in the 5 years of working within Got Your Back is that hate crime is, it's not just happening with adults, it's happening to young people within our communities. And I suppose the reason why we're doing this today, and something that we're going to continue to do and have been doing for the last 5 years, is raising awareness that hate crime isn't okay, you're not on your own, and that there's always someone to talk to. So the support that we provide for Got Your Back, it can be historic. I know there's been some questions asked before in previous presentations, but for Got Your Back, the crime can be historic. So it could have happened yesterday, last week, last month, last year. We understand that sometimes people don't want to talk about what's happened straight away. And it's getting it across that there is a service here for you when you're ready for that. We also understand that some people don't want to report hate crime. So if you do want support, you don't have to have reported that to the police. You can still access support from Got Your Back. There's reasons why people don't want to report to the police, and we understand that. The police understand that. Sometimes people have been experiencing hate crime for a long time. It could have been happening for their whole life. And sometimes people think, well, you know, I've dealt with it for so long, it's something that I'm going to have to continue to deal with. But that's not the case. There are services that will listen to you and will support you. So if you've been a victim of hate crime, you're not on your own. The support that we provide for Got Your Back, it is bespoke. So every young person that we work with, we provide an individual support plan for that young person. So what we do is we have a needs assessment, and we work with that young person to make that needs assessment together. So what is it that that young person needs to help them cope and recover from the crime? Now, it could be that they need to feel listened to, they need to feel heard, they need to feel supported, they need to feel safer. And that's something that we can do working with other organisations to get those needs met. Now, as Laura said, we've got a great organisation within Derbyshire called Remedy, and they're a part of our team, and they facilitate restorative justice. I've got a great example of how that's worked really well in the team. We had a young person who was experiencing hate crime from some peers. These comments had an impact on this young person, and it was making them feel that they can't be the person that they want to be. The person did want to engage in restorative justice, and we worked within our team to get that facilitated. So our amazing practitioners within Remedy worked with us and got those conversations started. They were able to ask questions. They were able to get those questions answered. You know, why was you doing this to me? Do you know how it had impacted me? But I think the main thing that we could take from that, from me personally, was that it got education across. It allowed the practitioners to work with all those young people to educate them of what hate crime is and the impact that it can have. And for those young people, they now know that it has had an impact, and what they were saying wasn't right, you know, it wasn't nice, and that it had impacted that young person. We also work with schools and work with colleges, youth offending services, mental health services, and all the organisations that are doing presentations today, because it's about working with to make sure we can get those needs met for that young person, help them cope and recover from the impact of the crime. The support that we provide, it is free and it's confidential. And I suppose the main thing that I want to get across today is that the support is here for you when you need that. So as I've said, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but it's here when you're ready to talk. We've all got a responsibility in this. If you know of a young person that is experiencing crime, or, you know, have been impacted by hate crime or any crime, talk to them, tell them that there's a service that's there for them, talk about Got You Back, and how they'll listen, and the practitioners are there for them, and they'll work with other organisations to get those needs met. And finally, I suppose I just want to, for everyone who is listening, and to promote that message, that just to remember you're not on your own. When you've been a victim of hate crime, it can be very isolating, and especially with everything that's going on at the moment, but you're not on your own. There is always someone that will listen to you. And in Derbyshire, there is Got You Back, and they'll be there for you if you want to talk and when you're ready for that. So I'm going to pass back over to Laura, and she can explain a bit more about Derbyshire Victim Services.
Thank you, Chelsea. Can I have the next slide, please, Martin? No, it's gone too far. So support one. Next one, that's it. So again, following on from what Chelsea said, the support around adult victims as well can be quite similar to obviously the support with the young people in Got You Back. So we provide emotional and practical support, and that obviously includes victims of hate crime. We can be there just for clients to chat to or somebody to listen to them. Some have not a very supportive network, and so they haven't got many friends and family around them. They just want somebody to speak to. We can be on the other end of the phone, but needs change a lot as well with our clients when we get the support plan up and running. So we've often found we signpost our clients to other agencies for any other support that they might need. We attend appointments and meetings with clients. We get involved with the restorative justice practitioners as well, so that we can get involved in those cases and support the clients through the restorative justice programme. And we also attend various multi-agency meetings and networking events. And following on again from what Chelsea said, you know, we work closely with everybody that's doing a workshop here today. You know, it's really good when you can do some good multi-agency working. And we do a lot of hate crime workshops within schools as well. I've done 2 Year 9 students at Shirebrook Academy, some hate crime workshops there. So that's always good as well, to get the awareness out there about hate crime. Next slide, please. Thank you. We're going to show a short video, and this is some work that one of our caseworkers, Sophie, did with a victim of hate crime. And we wanted to show you this because it's obviously a very positive piece of work, and the work that was done to help this victim cope and recover. Is that on your slide, Martin? Is it there? That's it.
I don't seem to have a video.
Is it not there?
No.
Came up and it should be play on there.
I'll go with. No, I'm really sorry. I think we're going to have to follow up with that posted separately.
Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I don't know where that is then. It was on that screen. But that was a really positive piece of work. Sophie got involved with this hate crime victim and went through the whole process with her to support her to help that person cope and recover from what had happened. And the client wanted to do the short video to get the awareness out there as well of the work that can be done within Derbyshire Victim Services. Again, from what Chelsea was saying with regards to it being a free and confidential service, and again, with the adult work as well that we do, it doesn't have to have been reported to the police. And again, it can be historical. We take a lot of self-referrals. Our helpline is open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and on Saturdays, 9 a.m. till 1 p.m.
Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. and Saturdays, 9 till 1 p.m.
Is that what I just said? Has anybody got any questions for us? And we'll have to try and see if we can get that video up somewhere else.
Yeah.
If you're able to open it on your screen, you might be able to screen share it.
Okay, I'll have a look if it'll come up on mine.
In the meantime, we had a couple of other questions about my slot, so I'll buy you some time with those.
Thank you.
So one from Stella: do you think the lanyards for people with invisible disability have helped? Yes and no. They're a great way of communicating that you have a hidden impairment, but anybody can get them. We've had a lot of people on our pages complaining about how easy they are to get hold of. One person went into a supermarket and asked for one. I said, "How many do you want?" And they just gave them 5. So they're being open to abuse. And then I think this is about the card. Is it only available to young people? Is it only available to those living in Derby? No and no, nationwide, any age. And then this one for you two. Whoever employs these 2 amazing people is very lucky to have them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
With this video.
There's a consensus coming along as well. So I don't know whether you've had any joy with popping that video up, but if there's any more questions for these 2, do pop them in the comments.
I'm still looking on a different one for it. Bear with. I think I may have found another one. Right, see if I can share this now. Just bear with me.
I kind of like that not everything is going perfectly smoothly. It makes it feel real.
It's always the case.
Yeah, don't want it to be too well polished. People think you don't care.
Blame COVID like we do.
It was, but not professional.
Right, I've got that slide up. So I'm just going to see if that will share now on.
Make sure that you tick the share audio box as well.
Okay. It might be better sending it to you, Martin, because I don't think it's sharing this end.
Sorry, I've just seen a question come through from Ray. I mean, thank you for that message. And within Derbyshire Victim Services and Got Your Back, we do have volunteering opportunities. So if it was something that you would want to volunteer to come and work alongside us, as you've said, if you look on our website, Derbyshire Victim Services, or you could go on our gotyourback.tv, or give us a call on our free phone number, which is on the slide. You know, you can volunteer for our service.
I think video-wise, it might be easier to share it in the on the different pages afterwards.
I've got it.
Oh, you've got it.
Yeah, I've got no share audio option though, so
we'll wait and see.
Let's see if it will share to you. Has that shared?
It has. And I heard that as well, so.
That play. It's there anyway.
Click on view presentation. You'll need to be on the full presentation mode to be able to play it, I think.
It's not playing this end.
No, we can follow up later.
Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry.
No problem at all. Okay, so I think over to John.
Thank you, Martin. I just wonder, Laura and Chelsea, if you have any case studies perhaps that you can talk about anonymously, that you know, the success stories. I'm sure you've had more than a number of those that you'd be able to share.
It's a recent case that again, Sophie, one of our caseworkers, was working closely with Laura, one of our restorative justice practitioners, and it was based around, there was a lot of bullying involved around this hate crime. There was a group chat set up with numerous offenders, and you know, this victim went through quite a traumatic experience regarding hate crime. And like I say, I don't know the full ins and outs to the story, but they did do the restorative justice work. And it was a very positive outcome for both victim and offenders as well. So that shows as well a lot of link working between Derbyshire Victim Services and Remedy, coming together to link work to, you know, help that victim cope and recover, but to also get some positive outcome for offenders as well.
Yeah. I've got an example of Got Your Back and Derbyshire Victim Services working together. So a few years ago, I was supporting some children within a family, and my colleague Hayley was supporting the parents. They'd come through to us because they were a victim of hate crime from some young people within the community. And what was happening is, you know, their house and them were being targeted for who they were, for who they are, you know, something that we can't change and we shouldn't have to change just to, you know, to fit in with whatever. And something that really, it's a case that's always stuck with me, that one of the children were 4 years old, and they used to, when the parents were going to take them to school and nursery, they used to have to run from the front door to the car before eggs were thrown at them, or for anything to be thrown at them. And I can remember going to the house one time to support the children while my colleague was supporting the parents. And the young person came up to me, and she's 4 years old, and they'd had cameras linked to the phone. And she came running up to me and she said, Chelsea, look what the bad people are doing. And it just broke my heart. It broke my heart that young people and families are suffering from this. And it made me and my colleague make sure we work the best of our ability, work with everyone who we possibly could to make sure that they got that support. A lot of that work involved multi-agency work, so we worked with housing to make sure that the family was safe. There was cameras put up, and it was my role to work with those young people to, build their confidence and make sure that, work with them, I suppose, to know that it's okay for them to be them and they don't have to change. So yeah, it was a really, for what was happening, it was awful, but the outcome afterwards was fantastic for them. But it's something that will always stick with me, that case.
Me and Chelsea as well are happy if you want to circulate our email at all, if anybody kind of wants to speak to us away from this conference, and have a bit of confidence and things, and we can have a confidential chat.
We are on all social media platforms, so you can contact us on Twitter, Facebook or Instagram. So you can contact us through Got Your Back, through Derbyshire Victim Services, or you can contact us through the Remedy links as well on social media. If you wanted to know more about restorative justice and all the other services that we provide, not just in Derbyshire, but across the country.
Thank you both very much. I believe Steve Jones has posted a link. Steve, is that for the short film that Laura was going to show?
I think it is. I'm just trying to pull it up at the moment. And we also have somebody taking you up on the offer of being put in touch.
Real persistent. Yeah, we can have a chat, and if you want to get our details, our email from John, and we can have a chat. No problem.
Yeah, anybody wants any information of any of the speakers, just drop me an email, and I'm sure the speakers are all happy for me to pass on their work email addresses. This would be a point to make sure, just to say to those people who are watching today, if you haven't registered, if you can send me your information, because I will be sending out feedback forms and contact details and all that kind of stuff following the conference. But yeah, I'd just like to say thank you very much to Laura and Chelsea. It's always a pleasure to hear you speaking. You do amazing work to support victims of hate crime, and it's interesting to note that also that you work with perpetrators as well. But anybody referred into you does get the top-notch support. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Great. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Sorry, I think I've got the video. If we did to watch it.
Goodness for that. I've been like that the whole time.
It could take a little bit to stream, but
we are live. I know just how Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby feel.
Sissy? Is that the one?
Not got anything on my screen.
Oh, sorry. Does it start with Harjo?
It does start with Harjo, yeah.
Right, okay.
It should be about, is it the one that's about
5 minutes, 12 seconds?
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah.
Sorry, we're streaming without audio. Let me have one more try, and then we'll see what happens.
Hello, I'm Hardy Udinza,
Let me
the
know
Police
if
and
that's
Fire
working,
Commissioner for
folks.
Derbyshire. I commission specific services to support victims of crimes, including Got Your Back, which ensures young people get the help that they need at a time when they feel most vulnerable. Hate crime is taken very seriously, and in the following case, the restorative justice process that was facilitated by Remedy enabled the young victim's voice to be heard and highlights the impact that hate crime has on victims.
In October 2019, a young man was referred to Got Your Back for support after a group chat was created on social media by his peers. The group chat contained serious homophobic and racist comments and threats of violence.
Sophie worked closely with the victim, his family, and the school to ensure that he felt safe. Monthly drop-in sessions were set up at the school. The Got Your Back hate crime workshop was delivered to the students to tackle the root of the problem and to educate the students of the seriousness of hate crime. It also provided a safe place for other victims to refer to the service.
Laura met with the victim and his family and explained the restorative justice process. He was happy to participate, and the case was heard at an out-of-court disposal hearing called a panel meeting. 4 of the 8 offenders agreed to participate in restorative justice, and it was agreed by the victim to do this indirectly through letters.
During lockdown, Laura and Sophie had Skype meetings with the victim. During these meetings, he wrote individual letters to each of the offenders. He wanted to address them individually as their relationships varied, as did their involvement in the group chat. This was a lengthy and complex process, as many sessions were needed to ensure all background and detail was covered.
The letters were read out to the offenders, and activities such as a timeline of events was done to highlight previous incidents and notable events that may have affected the relationship between the victim and the offender and led to the hate crime group chat being created. The victim's letters made the offenders understand how the group chat made him feel and appreciate the impact that it had had on his life.
I had already apologised to the victim, but I apologised again in my letter because I now understand the impact and effects on the victim. There was no judgment from Laura and Sophie. They didn't take a side, and I understood the whole situation. They were very professional about the process and guided me through it. They spoke to me like a human. It was good.
I thought it made things at school easier, and it was a simple way of doing things. Restorative justice made me understand the offence more and how it impacted the victim. It was nothing to worry about.
Further sessions were held with the individual offenders via Zoom, WhatsApp, or Skype. During these calls, the offenders wrote a letter to the victim explaining what had led to them to take part in the group chat. It gave them the chance to apologise after recognising the effect it had on the victim.
These letters were then read out to the victim via Skype. Here's what he had to say when he read them.
I didn't agree with Offender 1's version of events when he did the timeline, but I'm glad he now understands how the group chat made me feel. I was surprised at how sorry Offender 2 was in her letter, although I'm sad that we can't be friends. I feel she has learned a lesson.
I had to listen to Laura and read out some of the things I had said in the group chat. It made me feel sick. I'm so disappointed in myself for taking part, but now I realise that what I did was shameful, and I definitely won't participate in anything like this again. Doing restorative justice made me think in the future to think about other people's situations and about how it would make them feel. It's a nicer way of going through the criminal justice system. I didn't feel awkward whilst on the phone to Laura and Sophie. It felt like a normal conversation, which helped me understand what I had done wrong.
just wanted to say from a parent's perspective that Laura and Sophie have been brilliant with my son. You have guided him every step of the way and you are both very good at your job. It's been a tough few months for everyone involved, and as a parent I've been torn. I'm very disappointed in my son. I thought I had brought him up better than that, but then he is my child and I want to protect him. And to see him so upset when he was interviewed by the police broke my heart. But as the saying goes, you do the crime, you do the time.
Thank you, Martin. We got there eventually.
Got there in the end. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Martin.
I had a video all along. I was just stalling to get us back onto the right time frame.
Thank you anyway. Thank you for that.
I think that's a film that everybody needs to see, because I think the impact of the work that you do is very, very clear in that film. You know, we can talk about what we do, but actually seeing it involving real people and the impact it has on lives. And that's really, for me, an important message of today, is the impact that our words and actions have on the lives of others. And I think, you know, positive or negative, depending on what we're trying to do. I think that's a really important message that you've got. So that's a lovely film. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us today.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad you were here. Brilliant. Okay, thanks to Laura and Chelsea. They do amazing work. They also mentioned at the beginning of their presentation that they don't support victims of sexual violence. There are organisations across Derbyshire that do. The main one that springs to mind is SV2. So it's worth having a Google search for them. I think it's sv2.org.uk, possibly off the top of my head. But they do amazing work across the county. Now we are due to have a workshop at 1:15 with Sue from Derby Stand Up to Racism. Martin, I'm not sure if she's here. Hello, Sue.
I am here.
That's great. Thank you very much for giving us your time this afternoon, Sue. Really do appreciate it. So we have a lovely workshop from Sue from Derby Stand Up to Racism. So I shall hand over to you, Sue. Thanks again.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for inviting me. It's a great honour to be actually at the conference today. I've unfortunately missed quite a bit of this morning, which I would have liked to have come to, but I've managed to pick up little bits, and it seems like it's been a really, really good day and really positive. What I want to do from the point of view of Stand Up to Racism is firstly just introduce people to what the organisation is and what we're about, because we've heard from people who directly support victims of hate crimes and people who work, you know, around trying to prevent them, trying to look at the effects, etc. Stand Up to Racism has a slightly different focus in that we don't do that kind of direct work. We are a political, with a small p, organisation. We're not party political, but we try and work across the political spectrum to actually say we want to change the narrative on racism and the narrative on actually seeing people as other, so that we want to talk about inclusivity, and we want to make sure that we're giving out positive messages instead of the negative messages that very often come from the governments around the world, and our own government as a point of fact. So what I want to talk a little bit about this afternoon is actually looking at how we explain hate crime, where it comes from, how we explain the fact that it's rising, you know, and how by understanding where it comes from, we can maybe look at some ideas about how to stop it, how to stop people committing hate crimes. And I think that if we look at what's happening in the world at the moment, there's a crisis. There's a crisis which has many aspects to it. There's a health crisis, obviously, with COVID. There's an economic crisis, which did start well before the COVID crisis, but has obviously been intensified by that. there's the climate crisis. And when societies are in times of crisis, that can lead to two things. It can lead to one thing, which is people beginning to challenge the way society is run in a positive way by saying, well, things don't seem to be working for us in this sort of society. Maybe there would be a way of making a better one, of changing it. And I think we've, over the recent years, we've been seeing, you know, in lots of different countries, people trying to explore that and looking at changing things. I'm thinking particularly of Extinction Rebellion and some of the climate movements, which have been looking at, is there a different way of organizing our world, which means that we will not actually push it to extinction? You know, and those things can be quite positive and they can make people feel empowered. Unfortunately, crisis can also do the opposite, and it can make people feel very, very scared, very frightened for themselves, their families, their livelihoods, what's going to happen, you know, what's going to happen to us economically, what's going to happen to our health, what's going to happen to the planet, and they're looking for answers. Now, those answers sometimes come from places which, instead of looking at how we collectively as humanity can try and solve the problems that we're facing, look at who can we blame for those problems, who can we blame for things that are happening in the world today. If you think about the whole COVID crisis, initially, certainly people like Trump and to some extent Johnson were looking at who can we blame? Who can we blame for this? It's the Chinese, because they eat funny food. They do disgusting things. They have these wet markets, all those sorts of things. And on the back of that, we saw an increase in hate crimes against Chinese people in this country and in America and in other parts of Europe as well. So it can be something as direct as that. When society is in a crisis, then people are looking for answers. And as I said, that can go kind of either way. One of the things that does happen in a crisis is that people stop sometimes trusting the politicians, the establishment, and those who run society. Now, that can again go one of two ways. It can be a positive thing in that we start looking for something better, but it can also throw up leaders who pretend that they too want to challenge the establishment and want to challenge the way things are, the established order, and want to change politics. And I think that's why we've seen the rise in right-wing populist leaders, such as Trump and Johnson in this country, and people sort of below that, Farage and people like that. Because what these people try and do is they try and say, we're on your side, ordinary people. We want to see you becoming, you know, economically viable again. We want to see you getting back your country's greatness, you know, make America great again, all this sort of stuff that's been going on, the whole thing with the Brexit, you know, we want to be Great Britain again. And part of that means that you try and create an atmosphere where you cement the majority of the population to a particular form of leadership, right-wing populist leaders who will say what they think most people want to hear, but at the same time try and mold what people decide they want to hear. If you see what I mean, it's a sort of symbiotic way of doing things. And by cementing most of us to their leadership, or attempting to, they exclude whole sections of society, creating a them and an us. So there are us who are great, who want to be, you know, who need to be moving together, who need to be protected. And there are them, those people on the outside who are trying to destroy us and who are a threat to us. And I think that what Trump's been doing in America has been exactly that. There are these Mexicans trying to come across the border. We have to have a big wall to keep them out. There are these Muslims trying to come in from all these other countries. We have to stop them being able to do that. There are all these people who are trying to attack our way of living, who don't look to the American flag as being a great and good symbol, you know, great symbol of good around the world, etc. And to a lesser extent, that's happening in Britain as well. We've had the whole move to create this hostile environment against so-called illegal migrants to this country. the fact that refugees and asylum seekers are perfect, they have a legal right to seek asylum in a country, to seek safety. They're not illegal, but nevertheless, there's been this whole sort of drive to saying that we, British people, we are under threat from them, the migrants, coming across our sea. All this imagery that we've had, all these things that we've been told about, the sort of pictures that come into our heads because of what we're told on the news, because of what we're told by our politicians about us being this little island under siege from them coming across the English Channel. It's quite interesting how people on the whole tend to have sympathy with refugees and asylum seekers because they're fleeing from countries where they're under threat for whatever reason, but they have a lot less sympathy for migrants. And all the terminology on the news, especially on the BBC, has been to drop really the words such as refugees and asylum seekers, and to use the term migrants, as if migrant somehow is some sort of invading force. The fact that the whole of Britain is made up of migrants seems to have escaped them completely. So we have this kind of whipping up, if you like, of ideas of difference and otherness, and otherness being a threat. And I think another part of that we've seen over the last few years is what's been happening in education and other public bodies, that we've had this idea that what we have to start pushing is that there are a set of particularly British values, and that somehow they are better than any other values there are. Nobody's been able to define what those values actually are, but nevertheless they're there, they're enshrined. In every school there is actually supposed to be something on display to show that they are committed to British values. Now, that again creates others. It creates otherness, because there are those of us who hold British values and there are others who don't. And again, that creates this whole idea that we are embattled, those of us that believe in British values, and those that don't want to come in and destroy our culture, our society, our way of living, the food that we eat, all this kind of stuff. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I think that has led to a lot of people feeling very embattled, a lot of people feeling that they have no place in the country that they've lived in all of their lives, or have come to later. I think there's a lot of unease being created, and because people are looking for some explanation as to why their lives are getting more and more difficult, it's very easy for people who would like to maintain their own positions of power to actually say, well, it's all because of this group of people, that group of people, the other group of people, and if we could only get rid of them or limit them, then actually we would all be all right. And I think what in Stand Up to Racism we're trying to do is we're trying to cut through that whole narrative, that whole implied narrative, and to say actually it's in the interests of everybody to unite together and to look for different ways of doing things. If we are in a crisis, how are we going to get ourselves out of it? Not by fighting amongst ourselves, but actually by coming together and by looking at where we can be strong and where we can actually help each other and where we can actually, reinforce our own strength. We obviously in Stand Up to Racism concentrate particularly on looking at trying to put out other narratives around racism. But the one thing I think about hatred and about the way that people get identified as being okay to be picked on, okay to be attacked, okay to be denigrated, it has kind of knock-on effect. So if we look at what happened post 9/11, it was Muslims who were on the firing line. Islam was seen as some sort of demonic creed, and Muslims who followed it, seen as some way being outside of those British values and somehow other. But that actually has led not just to an increase in Islamophobia and attacks on Muslims, mosques and individuals, but also to other forms of racism becoming more acceptable. Whereas before, you know, up until 9/11, Britain actually had quite a good record on anti-racism. I'm not saying racism didn't exist, it obviously did, and people suffered the effects of it. But there was a move, you know, the whole multiculturalism stuff, there was a move to say that actually that's positive, that's good. After 9/11, you then saw, with the rise of Islamophobia, you then saw other forms of racism being able to creep back in and be seen as less abhorrent than they had been before. So you would have people saying things like, I'm not racist, but, and then talking about specifics around, or Islam, or, you know, Islam says this, Islam says that. But then they would actually lump all Asian people of Asian heritage in with Muslims. So you'd get the far right actually attacking a mosque, but also attacking a Gurdwara because their ignorance, they just didn't see any difference. And that again knocks back into looking at anybody with a slightly darker skin. So you get, although at the same time as you get the whole sort of phenomenon of some black people actually being part of some right-wing organizations that were attacking Muslims, you also have some of those right-wing organizations turning their fire back onto black people as well. So you have, so if people are being attacked because of their skin color, their creed, whatever, it's easier for that to be generalized. And I think that increase in one form of hate crimes actually leads and makes other forms of hate crimes more prevalent as well. So we've got this situation where oppression is leading to more oppression, and there doesn't seem to be a way of breaking it. And I think that once there gets a sort of head of steam of hatred, if you like, it then becomes much more difficult to put forward more positive views and more positive ways of seeing people. And that's what we're really trying to do with Stand Up to Racism. We're not an organization that has any sort of, and we're not an NGO, we have no official status. We're just a bunch of people who come together from all different sorts of backgrounds to say, we're not going to have any of this. We're going to stand up to any of the racist stuff that comes out. We're going to stand up against hate crimes. We're going to say it's not acceptable. We're going to support the whole Black Lives Matter movement, because again, you know, if you have a much more just view of the history of our society, rather than the prevalent narrative, which is that on the whole, Britain has been a force for good throughout the world, and that other people who have suffered at the hands of Britain, or feel that they have suffered at the hands of Britain, are somehow have a victim mentality, which is not actually helping anybody in this country. I think we have to unpick and look at how we can change that, and how we can make sure that we do actually say that our history needs to be re-examined. We have to value the history of all the people who contribute to this society that we live in, and look at positives and negatives in our history and accept them and value people accordingly. Now, I think I've gone on for a lot too long, really, because I think it's good to have other people saying what they think, because, you know, not everybody will agree with the way we analyze things, but I think it would be really, really good to hear from other people now. So I think I'm going to shut up, just to give a plug for something that is happening. If you do want to examine a little bit more about what Stand Up to Racism is about and how we want to try and change things, then there's an international conference happening this weekend. It's online, it's free, it's for anybody to go to. There's over 1,000 people registered already. We have absolutely brilliant speakers on all sorts of different topics to do with fighting against racism. So please go to that, but also please tell me, agree, don't agree, I'm talking rubbish, I'm not talking rubbish. Any questions that you want to ask, I'll leave it to anybody else to chip in.
I could sit and listen to you all day, Sue.
I do talk too much, sorry.
No, not at all. Do not apologise. It was really powerful. I think it's really important that the thread that you brought up about the politicians that we have, not just in this country but across the world, who are creating that climate of crisis and fear, of looking at what is different between us rather than actually what unites us. And I would argue our humanism unites us. Our identity as people is what should pull us together, rather than looking at differences of skin color or religion. And it is frightening times. We are living in absolutely dreadful times at the moment. And me getting on my political soapbox, when we have a prime minister that has used some dreadfully racist and homophobic terms in the past, and they've gone unchallenged, and he's not apologized for them. When we have the so-called leader of the free world, who is taking away all the rights, particularly of LGBT people, but also looking at how he's reacted to the racist murders of the numerous black people recently in the States, how he reacts to disabled people, how he reacts to the other, is criminal. And if he'd been an ordinary member of the public, I hate to think what would have happened. But I think you've brought up some incredible points today. So thank you very much for joining us. I think we do have some comments from people. Steve, the championing or promotion of otherness has grown massively in recent months. Frightening. And from Ray, thank you so much, Sue. Absolutely agree with everything you raised. I think, totally agree with what you've said, Sue. I'm only sorry that we weren't all face to face and we could have seen you in person. Thanks, Sue. Really enjoyed listening to you. Thank you, Louise. If I said that correctly, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. But yes, do we have any more questions from people who are watching?
That's all we've got for now. There is a slight delay between our feed going out and people commenting, though. So any more questions, we can hold on for a couple more minutes, because I think Sue was particularly fascinating. It's almost not about racism, it's just otherism, isn't it? And I think that's why we all fall under this same umbrella.
Sue, do you have a link? Sorry, thank you. Sorry, do you have a link, Sue, for people who would like to register for the conference at the weekend?
If they just Google if they just Google "Stand Up to Racism" Facebook, it'll take them straight to the page, and they click on events, and it's there.
Fantastic.
It's very easy to find.
Great.
I don't know how to sort of get one through to you. I mean, I can get a link, but I'm not sure how to get it to you for you to then pass on to people.
Okay. I mean, I have everyone's email addresses who is registered for the conference today, so you could email me and I will email it out.
I'll do that.
So fine. Question from Steve: if there's one thing we could all do today, what would you say it would be?
First of all, I think it would be, if you hear racist comments or jokes or anything else, call them out. Call them out. It isn't enough to not be racist. I think we have to be anti-racist. I think that's the thing, be an anti-racist. Don't just think, well, I'm not racist, therefore I'm okay. If you hear anything that is out of order, call it out.
Yeah, brilliant advice. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sue. This has been a wonderful presentation. It's been lovely to hear from you.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay. So I believe, looking at the timings, I believe it's my turn to present the work that we're doing at Derbyshire LGBT+. I have the unenviable position of being towards the end of the day. And had we been live at a venue, we might have had lunch. We might be falling asleep by this point. I hope you're still with me. What we traditionally term the graveyard slot. But I'm going to tie together some of the points that we've made today, and also tell you a little bit about the work that we do at Derbyshire LGBT+. So the catchphrase for today is, can I have a presentation, please, Martin? Yeah. So let me just, there we go. Right. Okay, so I am John Yates Harold. I'm at Derbyshire LGBT+, and I'm the hate crime advocate at D+. The role is paid for and funded by the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. As Hardiel mentioned, he funds the hate crime advocate role at D+, but also the hate crime advocate role at Disability Direct, and the coordination role for race and religion strand of hate crime with Lorraine Stokes at the Multi-Faith Centre at Derby University. So all this information can be made available. Next slide, please, Martin. Derbyshire LGBT+. I can't really see. That's better. Thank you. So Derbyshire LGBT+ has been around as an organisation for 37 years. We were formed in 1983 as a direct result to the HIV and AIDS crisis amongst the gay community, particularly at the time. We were Derby Friend, as part of the Quaker national organisation of friend organisations across the country. When my current CEO took over, he thought that the name of the organisation should actually reflect the work that we do and the communities that we work with. So we were renamed Derbyshire LGBT+. Now, when I've done training in the past, I've assumed that people understood what the acronym stood for. And it's only sort of halfway through a presentation that people have actually sort of put their hand up very, very timidly and said, well, actually, what does the LGBT mean bit? I worked with doing some training with an organisation that thought it stood for some kind of bacon, lettuce and tomato sandwich. So being the devil's advocate, I said, well, what does the G stand for? And said, gherkins. And I think they were being quite serious. But it is lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. The plus bit covers everybody else, all the other letters. So sometimes you may see LGBTQ, LGBTI, we cover everything in the plus, and the plus includes our straight allies as well. So we are a fully inclusive organisation. So next slide, please, Martin. So last year's Hate Crime Awareness Week was very, very different, obviously, to this one. There are some pictures to come up, Martin, please. So we had visits from Remedy. We had a visit to Shirebrook Market, visits to Chesterfield College. We even worked with the Quad in Derby to show a hate crime movie, which was very powerful. We even appeared on the BBC, on BBC Inside Out, talking about hate crime amongst older LGBT+ communities that we support. I should say that Derbyshire LGBT+ runs a range of about 48 different groups every month. We work with the full age range. So our youngest person that we support is 2 with her lesbian mums. And the oldest person that we support is 89. We cover all gender identities, all, as we'll come on to talk about the subgroups. Everybody, we support everybody who comes under our LGBT+ umbrella. Okay, Martin, next slide, please. So the aims of what I'm going to talk to you about is to tie together really everything that's been said today. So it's to, if you can click on Martin, that's great, thank you. It's to develop an understanding, to refresh your memory really, to show the emotional and physical impacts of hate crime, to illustrate barriers to reporting and to highlight the support needs, a lot of which has been covered today, but I think it's important to talk about it. I'm hate crime advocate, but I'm not just there. It's not just my role. I am a victim of hate crime myself. Not to say that my story is any better or any worse than anybody else's. It came across very early on today, talking to Cecile, that, you know, she said my mere existence is offensive to some people. I can't hide being gay. I thought I did, going through school, but, you know, who was I kidding? People of colour can't hide their skin colour. You know, I'm now at my age, having gone through all I've been through. I can now stand up and fight for the people who are going through what I went through at school, is what I'm trying to say. I hope I am the person that I needed when I was going through school. You know, we do a lot of work in primary and secondary schools. I used to be a primary teacher. So a lot of the work that we do is about educating our young people. And I think that's vital work. I think if we get our children young to understand about accepting everybody for who they are, then I think a lot of the hate crime and hate incidents that happen can be challenged and stopped. I don't want any child, young person going through what I went through at school. It was horrendous. Anyway, Martin, back onto the slides. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as we've already heard from Ian and from the CPS, from Grace, the difference, hate crime is kind of lumped in as one thing. It's not. A hate incident can be a bit of banter, maybe being pushed in the street, possibly. The hate crime bit comes in when it affects your person or your property. And it's very much down to the victim's perception. You know, I may be subjected to a bit of hate incident in the street, a bit of banter. I may brush it off. Somebody may want to report that on my behalf, which is where, you know, the witness idea comes in, which is great. I may just leave it, and it's all, you know, it's part of, it's kind of what I expect. But it's my perception. You know, that's the important bit here. Okay, Martin, thank you. So it's not exclusively about hate or crime, as we've seen. It often takes the form of message crimes. So a recent example that happened to me, I was at the Into Centre one Sunday morning with my husband, and I have two children. I was with my youngest, my 11-year-old, and we were walking out of the building, and an older woman and a male member of her family or friend, I don't know, was walking towards us. I was holding my husband's hand, which I've never done in Derbyshire. I've lived here 4 years, never done it before. And she walked past and said something particularly unpleasant about "you effing puffs." And it was a big smack around the face for me, because I've not experienced hate crime in Derbyshire before that point. Experienced it all the time living in London. I lived in London 32 years. And I thought, no, I'm not going to brush this one off. It's not, you know, it did affect me. The worst thing was trying to explain to my 11-year-old why this person felt they could say what they did. And the fact that the after effects of it, and I'll come on to talk about that in a moment, the after effect is he's very anxious now about going to the Into Centre. Now, had I been on my own, had I been, you know, in my younger days, it would have had an even bigger impact. I'll talk about that in a minute. The impact of hate crime isn't just at that moment, but it's in the days, the weeks, the months after it. So yeah, next slide, please, Martin. So as we know, the 5 strands of hate crime: recorded and monitored, are disability, gender identity, race, religion, sexual orientation. Because of the service users that we have, the people who come into us to report hate crime, we also monitor age. We also monitor subgroups, as Hardiel mentioned this morning, the way someone dresses or how they look, goths, emos, that kind of thing. We also monitor misogyny, crimes against women. And I believe that Rachel Swan is keen that Derbyshire Police also monitor misogyny. I know Nottinghamshire Police do. She's very keen to get misogyny recorded. And I think that would be really important. There's also some discussions going on about monitoring hate crimes against homeless people. And I think, again, that's a problem that we see, particularly in Derby city centre. And this is where the Nighttime Economy project run by Lindsay Maidstone at Derby City Council and supported by Jonathan Smale, I think is really, really, really important. So next slide, please, Martin. There we go. So as you might imagine, number one, hate crime, well, hate incidents, okay, verbal abuse. The next one is harassment, so prolonged verbal or physical abuse. One of the people I've been supporting endured harassment from a neighbour for 7 years before he reported it. The neighbour has since been moved on, which is okay, but it's just moving the problem to another place. However, you know, to experience something for 7 years is, to me, in your home, your safest place, is unbelievable. So online hate, which is the graph for online hate, is going like, oh, where am I? Like that. It's going up. So it's a big, I can't even, sorry, I'm useless with these cameras. It's going up. The same with physical attacks. That's on the rise. And 31% experiencing deliberate damage to their property. A couple of quotes from people that we've supported on the next slide. And this, you know, in terms of verbal abuse, you get loads and loads. And the sad thing here is you get very used to it. We shouldn't be getting used to it. It needs to be tackled and reported and dealt with. A trans woman saying, you never know how fast things can escalate from name calling to physical violence. And trans people, over the last 10 years, there's been a 350% increase in violence against trans people, and particularly trans women. So these are people who were assigned male at birth, but have transitioned to women. You know, even within our community, there are groups of people who are very transphobic. The more I do this work, the less I understand racism and homophobia and transphobia. Life's hard enough without resorting to hating people. Let people just get on with their lives. To me, that's you know, we're all humans at the end of the day. So if you have a piece of paper, next slide, please, Martin. If you have a piece of paper, or just have a quick think. Talked a little bit about this in my own story, but what effects might hate crime have on a victim? Think short term. Think on that day. Somebody says something that's hateful. Somebody does something. You know, a physical attack. What effect could this have? And thank you, Priscilla. Yeah, it's absolutely important that you know, we understand that comments can come from family members as well. This is where organisations like Got Your Back and Derbyshire Victim Services and us, where people can have a safe space to come and talk about what's going on. You know, okay. So have a think about the effects. Next slide, please, Martin. So it can damage your emotional health and well-being. This in turn can damage your physical health and well-being. As we've found from Sue and other people today, hate crime creates a sense of anxiety. It creates that sense of fear. You become fearful of people. You become fearful of going to places where you may be exposed. I still personally find it difficult going shopping alone. I find it very difficult going in and out of the N2 Centre. If I can take somebody with me, I will. It can trigger depression and suicidal thoughts. I'll talk about that in a moment. And it requires coping strategies. So just to stick with that one for the minute, because of what I went through growing up and into adulthood, I've lived with chronic depression throughout my life. I've lived with anxiety and on and off panic attacks. Because of what I went through at secondary school and sixth form with hate crime, and bullying is hate crime. I tried to commit suicide at 17. That was the only way out that I could think of at the time, because things were horrible and I had nobody to turn to. I had nobody to tell about what I was going through, because if I'd told somebody, it would have meant outing myself, owning up to the fact that I was gay. And that for me at the time, with the shame that I carried around about who I was, who my identity was, and what I was, who I loved, that was a really, really hard time for me. And the sad thing is that I'm supporting, and Derbyshire LGBT Plus is supporting young people going through very similar situations. My story, I left school nearly 40 years ago. And to hear stories from our young people going through the same kind of thing breaks my heart. And that's why I'm doing what I do today. That's why I think it's really important that we all stand together and join together. As David said, strength in numbers, we're stronger together. So to go back to the slides, please, Martin. So I don't know if you can read that, but it's the young male that we were supporting with mild learning difficulties. That hate crime makes you feel a lesser form of human being. It makes you feel less than who you are. It makes you angry. I'm still angry about what I went through. And the young gay male, again, that we've supported there, who wanted to commit suicide, it was 2 years of hell. 2 years too long to go through that kind of stuff for me. Okay, next slide, please, Martin. So what might be potential barriers that prevent people from reporting? So what we found is, particularly with the historical nature of our community and the police, there were laws against us on the statute books for hundreds and hundreds of years. From the reign of Henry VIII, there were laws to discriminate against same-sex love, same-sex attraction, mainly against gay men. Unfortunately, there was the Criminal Law Amendment Act towards the end of the 1890s, which was used to prosecute Oscar Wilde. It's his 166th birthday today, apparently. So there you go. One of a really sort of prominent victim of hate crime. Had it been around at the time, that's what it would have been called. Put in prison for 2 years because of who he loved. And exactly, thank you very much, Priscilla. Yeah, loads of the people putting these laws were gay themselves. You know, James, I think it was James the First. I'm useless with my history. James the First of Scotland, James the Sixth, I think he was, of England, was gay. You know, translated the King James Bible. There you go, and he was gay. Anyway, you know, this coming on anyway. Too much. Sorry, I could waffle on for ages. Barriers. So if I am a married man, married to a woman, but I have sex with men in public sex environments, and I get beaten up for it, I'm not necessarily going to go to the police. That person might come to me to report it, and what we've found is that people will come to me and report horrendous stuff. We had a spike in people being beaten up, meeting other men for sex on the Grindr app. March last year there was a massive spike of men getting beaten up and having no one to turn to because they couldn't necessarily go home and obviously and tell their wives, girlfriends, that they've been beaten up. You know, so there's this whole historical thing with our community and the police. That is a barrier. It's what we've found is that victims of hate crime, for the support that they need, is very much on a spectrum. So for a lot of people, they will come and talk and that'll be enough. They just want to get it off their chest, get it out of their head and tell somebody who understands, somebody on the same page. That goes right through to the whole spectrum of people that we've had today talking from Derbyshire Victim Services and the CPS. That's the other end of the kind of the spectrum, if you like. That is, you know, the main barrier really is being understood and being accepted. If I've got a trans person who's a victim of hate crime coming to talk to me, they don't have to explain about being trans first before they talk about what's happened to them. I understand, I'm on the same page, you know. It's about all our organisations really understanding that they may have LGBT victims of hate crime come to them. We'll talk a little bit about intersectionality in a minute, but, you know, Martin and Greg at Disability Direct and Nimbus Disability may have a gay person in a wheelchair come to talk to them. And from our point of view of Derbyshire LGBT+, it's ensuring that people from different organisations understand about the specialist needs in our community. You know, that's really important, particularly from a training point of view. So we're very keen to go out and do as much training as we can. We're about to launch our Rainbow Partnership Scheme. You can never get enough rainbows in your life, where we will work with organisations and to ensure that they are LGBT inclusive. You know, I went into the Derby Probation Service a little while ago, and they've got a massive glass screen in their reception, and on this glass screen at the very bottom was the tiniest rainbow flag. And I relaxed, I breathed, because I knew that I was in a safe place. I knew there that, you know, staff had been trained and had an awareness, a basic awareness of LGBT+ people. And, you know, there've been victims of, there have been people who have suffered with cancer, who've gone to hospital for chemo and couldn't be open about their sexuality, and their recovery rates were impacted. This was compared to those people who'd gone and seen a nurse wearing a rainbow badge, or they'd seen rainbow laces, or there'd been a rainbow flag up somewhere. And their recovery rates were faster, which is really interesting. So there are so many barriers that stop our community from reporting hate crime. And I think it's really important that everybody has some kind of understanding and some kind of training around dealing with LGBT+ victims of hate crime. We work very closely with the police and other organisations, and things are slowly getting better. Okay, Martin, if you could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So Sue's already touched on this, but as you might imagine, the marked incident increases in hate crime incidents, the Brexit referendum result, various terrorist attacks, and I'm sure that Iman from Tell Mama will talk about that, the racist murders in the States particularly, and the prominence of the Black Lives Matter movement. And this is where we kind of come on to looking about witnesses, people who witness hate crimes happening. And this is what we tell children and young people: don't be a bystander. Don't just stand there and watch it happen to people. If you can get involved and it's safe for you to get involved, stand up for them. Be an upstander. And people will learn that it's the wrong thing to do, to hate people for who they are. Thank you, Joanna. Just an awareness that having a visible way to show you've an understanding removes the barrier and the associated anxieties. Absolutely. We're as speaking on behalf of the LGBT plus community. If we see a rainbow somewhere, we're on rainbow radar alert, if you like. So yeah, next slide, please, Martin. So looking at the support that a victim might need, and thinking about the intersectionality, as I've already mentioned, what we tend to find is that if we have a black lesbian, for example, they would probably come to us first, than maybe go to an African Caribbean support group. It's not always the case, but we are, we do support an awful lot of people of colour, but also people seeking asylum from other countries who have fled oppression in their countries, only to be lumped together in Derby with other people from their country who are then going to continue this discrimination. We're always looking for LGBT-friendly lawyers, but then we find that people seeking a lawyer will not necessarily seek a lawyer from their particular culture or background, because again, there may be prejudice involved there. So we're often the first point of call for a lot of people from different groups, and I think that's really important. That we as an organisation work with organisations such as Migrant Help and the British Red Cross to ensure that people who are asylum seekers and LGBT get a full package of support. So we've already looked at the harms of hate produced by the University of Leicester. Next slide, please, Martin. This 5-point slide shows you the result of a 5-year research project that the University of Leicester did, and the recommendation that they made from their research. I don't know if we can make this any bigger, Martin, but the recommendations, and these have been communicated to police and other organisations, but on a basic level of treating victims with kindness and compassion, showing some level of understanding, seeing it from their point of view, explaining the investigative process. I, as a policeman, am going to talk to this person on this day, and this is what's going to happen. And I will contact you and I will update you on this day. And you can expect to hear from me in a way that is appropriate to you. So either on the phone or email or by letter. We have heard some horrendous stories over the years. One particular one that sticks out is the hate crime victim, partially cited, being contacted by letter written in 10-point Times New Roman font, obviously by somebody who didn't really understand the needs of that particular person. You know, yeah. So it's offering support at the earliest opportunity and outside of a fixed time period. So when something is reported to me, I will contact somebody, usually within 24 hours, and I will phone them, email them, do whatever I can to make sure that they access support from me at the earliest opportunity. But also the understanding that that person may need emotional support. You know, sometimes, as has been said earlier on, sometimes reliving and re-traumatizing an event can cause more harm than good. And it's then down to me, down to us as people who are listening, to understand that and, you know, and work accordingly with that person. Okay, next slide, please, Martin. So just a very brief case study. James and Dane, that's James in the bigger picture, were beaten up one night. This was in Brighton, it wasn't in Derby. The gang that beat them up prevented them from getting into a taxi. They shattered James's eye sockets, broke his cheeks. The result of which was that 2 members of the gang who admitted to the offence were given an uplift. And this is something really important to say, which I don't believe has been said today, that if it can be proved that an attack on somebody was related, was a homophobic attack, then the judge can impose a harsher sentence or a harsher fine. You know, so it's a case of that, the person, the victim, standing up and working with lawyers and, you know, the legal team and ensuring that, you know, it is recorded as a homophobic hate crime. The positive outcome of this is that both guys, James and Dane, have said it's made us, you know, stand up and be stronger in who we are. And I think that's really important, but again, very, very difficult thing. It could have gone either way, couldn't it? So moving on to the next slide, please, Martin. This is stats and stuff. So yeah, verbal abuse, again, harassment, you know, homophobic hate crimes have gone up by 16% in the last year. Transphobic hate crimes have gone up by 19%. And as we've heard earlier on, there is a massive underreporting. 80%, this is Home Office figures, 80% of crimes against the LGBT community go unreported because we just put up with it, and we shouldn't. Yeah, next slide, please, Martin. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, we can move on. Thank you. So these are 2 people who I've supported since taking over as hate crime advocate a couple of years ago. I was walking with my partner, so they guessed I was gay. 70-year-old, one of our most amazing people who I've ever met. Quite often, again, very lazy comparison made by people and I've had this as well, equating gay people with paedophiles. And this particular parent being very horrible, and all credit to him, this man stood his ground and said, yeah, go on, call the police. Yeah, which is a very difficult thing to do. Can we have the next one up, please, Martin? This is, again, a very lazy comparison. Teenager and his mates, because it's always a group, isn't it? These cowards can never do it when they're on their own. But yeah, being called vile, disgusting paedophiles. But again, this is where perhaps it could have been investigated probably better. someone was supposed to come round, and they said they were coming round on a particular day, but instead they sent a letter with some numbers for me to call. So that's, yeah, something that could have been investigated better. Next slide, please, Martin. Almost at the end. Transphobic hate crime, as you might imagine. Less verbal abuse, but much more physical abuse than LGB hate crime. Certainly, as we've heard before, going very quickly from verbal abuse to physical and sexual abuse, particularly against trans women, is off the scale, massive amounts. So if we could just whiz through these stats, please, Martin. Thank you. That's great. And again, creating that sense of fear, as it does, am I going to be harassed in the future? And on to the next slide, please, Martin. So these are 2 trans women who are supported, who were hospitalised. And again, this comes back to the CPS. The evidence that was collected was CCTV footage, which is usually enough. However, this showed the back of the perpetrator's head. There was no sound. So even though the 2 women were being attacked, there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. And even though the women were hospitalised and there's photographic evidence of their injuries, that wasn't enough to prosecute. So the thresholds are high, but the CPS is committed to ensuring that homophobic hate crime is tackled and tackled effectively. So moving on to the next slide, please, Martin. So transphobic hate crime, very similar, damages emotional health and well-being, physical health. Suicide rates in the trans community are massively high. Yeah, just that feeling of being vulnerable and powerless to do anything about it. And the long-term effects of, quite often, a lot of the trans people that I've worked with have said, we just don't even want to go out of our front doors. So, they're trapped in their homes. And just getting used to it, just putting up with the fact that a member of your community is there one day and perhaps isn't there the next because of some physical violence or abuse. So my last couple of slides just really reinforce reporting. So yeah, as has been said before, if you're in immediate danger, it's 999. Stop Hate UK, Crime Stoppers, True Vision are all anonymous sites that you can report to, and they just record things that are happening and where they're happening in the country and in the county. And as we've heard already from Laura and Chelsea, that there is, next slide please, Martin, there's Remedy and Got Your Back to support our under 18s. And there's Derbyshire Victim Services, Victim Support, who are an amazing team. And just the final slide, which is my contact information. If you've registered for the conference today, you'll have my email address. Do please get in touch. You can go onto Facebook and look at the Derbyshire LGBT plus hate crime page. I have shared a lot of personal stuff, and I think that's really important, that it's not just stats on a piece of paper, but it's actually it's somebody's life. And I'm in a position to do something about it. And I think that's really important, that we're all there, we're all here today to do something about it. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions that have come up?
So I'll jump in and give you a breather, John. Not so much questions, just a lot of people sadly acknowledging everything that you've said. I think, and this one kind of sums it up. For every person that's negative, there are 100 people that are kind of positive or neutral, but it's the ones that are negative that stick with you. I think one of the things that stuck with me personally from your talk, stuck with me really personally, is you wanted to be the person that you needed when you were younger.
Absolutely, that's my motivation. Yeah. Thank you. That's what gets me up in the morning and gets me to work every day. You know, I needed someone like me, and I'm going to be that person.
Yeah, it's really brave, hard to hear. But yeah, I think if you can be there and provide that support and have tempered it for other people moving forwards, I think that's why we all get into this.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, everybody.
So you're now back into compare mode.
Back in as the MD or MC or whatever it is. Yes, so we are moving on to our final presentation. We have been trying to get all the presenters from today together, but it's proving a little bit difficult. But we will end after Iman from Tell Mama, after your workshop. Thank you so much for joining us today, Iman. Really do appreciate you giving up your time to come and present and talk to us. It's been a really inspirational day, and I know we're going to be inspired to hear what you have to say. So over to you.
Thank you, John, and thank you for being flexible as well around the program to shift us around. I'm going to share my screen just to take people through my presentation. You can't, no. Can you see my screen at all?
Not at the moment. If you can click on share, and then it'll put itself in the queue so that I can stream it for everybody.
Okay, share. Oh, it's asking me. No. I don't think it's allowing me. Okay, let's see now. Can you see that?
Yep, gotcha. So you just need to put it into your standard presentation view, and then you'll be able to walk through it.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. So I work for an organization called Tell Mama, which monitors anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia across the UK. And I think I've heard, and I managed to join to hear some of the other presenters and some of the hates the other communities as well are going through. So one of the things that I'll highlight in our work is really what happens towards Muslim communities nationally in the UK, but also how we work with other organizations to address the issue of hate in the UK as well as nationally. So we started in 2012 as a victim support service on the back of evidence that there's a rise in anti-Muslim sentiments and Islamophobia in the UK. And we started with a recording service and a monitoring service that provides emotional support to victims. And then within the last 8 years, we've developed to provide many other services to victims that I'll talk you through. But mainly what we do within the work is provide support to victims that have been subjected to prejudice or discrimination, racist or religious hate crime or incidents, both in the social media sphere world, so the online world, as well as the physical world, the offline world. We're confidential, we're independent, and we're a reporting service where people can reach out to us to speak to us in confidence, where they do not feel comfortable to reporting to authorities or to police forces. We provide emotional support amongst other support services, but also we work with other agencies to provide a holistic approach to the cases that we get, specifically that we all carry multiple identities and we might be attacked for one or for multiple identities. And we hold events in order to bring awareness to our services, but also speak to communities and to authorities about what we're seeing as a national picture in terms of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia. People can report to us in two different ways. One, we have a free hotline they can call in at any time. It's the service there is 24 hours. If a voicemail is reached to, we tend to get back to the victims as soon as possible. People can fill in a form online on our website, can send us an SMS, a WhatsApp, can use social media to direct message at us and send us reports. But equally as well, we have drop-in surgeries that victims can come and speak to us one-to-one, face-to-face, because we've seen more and more that victims would like to see who is sitting behind the hotline and who are they speaking with. I'm sure you've heard this already many times during the day about really what is regarded a hate incident and a hate crime really directed at different people. But in terms of anti-Muslim hate crime and incident, which is similar to what some other colleagues have already mentioned, so we look at it by looking at really a definition that is quite victim-centered, but also ties in with what the legislation is. So we look at it in terms of any malicious act that is aimed at Muslim people, their property, Islamic institution, where there is evidence of anti-Muslim motivation or content, or where the victim was targeted because of their Muslim identity. But there's so many other victims other than Muslim communities that get targeted as well for their identity, for the perception of being Muslim. We get reports from Sikh members of the communities and Hindu members of the communities that are targeted for their beards or for their turbans. Jewish Orthodox women get targeted because they cover their head with a headscarf with actually anti-Muslim comments and Islamophobic comments. We also have cases that come in terms of discrimination, abusive behavior, threats, physical assaults, property damage, and anti-Muslim literature. All these cases that we get under these categories range from both cases that take place in the online world as well as the physical world. And some of the cases that we receive around discrimination have been becoming more overt in the last couple of years, and specifically in terms of discrimination in the workplace. We're seeing more and more abusive behavior as the common category that is being always reported to us. But equally, we're seeing physical assaults rising on our streets, which is quite worrying. And people report to us, as I mentioned, through different ways to actually talk about really what they've been subjected to. But equally, when people report to us in the online world, we try as much as we can to verify the data that we get to ensure that it meets the criteria of being anti-Muslim and Islamophobic, but equally make sure that that attack existed and the victim existed as well. Support services that we provide, as I mentioned when I started, we've developed as we go along based on the cases that we get, different support services based on the need, based on the demand on the service. So while we continue to provide the confidential and emotional support service, we more and more are becoming an advocacy group that is advocating on behalf of the victims and lobbying on their behalf. Whether it's really speaking on their behalf and lobbying on their behalf in cases of discrimination in the workplace, whether it's really assisting with schools, where 1 in 10 cases that we get tend to take place in schools, so mediating between the parents and the schools and running workshops and awareness raising around racism and bullying in schools. Whether it's really training sometimes and building capacity of organizations in terms of working as third-party reporting centers to work with them within their local entities, but also equally liaising on behalf of the victims with police forces. Within the Muslim communities, there's a large percentage within Muslim communities that do not feel that they can go forward and report to police forces. And we in Salmama receive majority of the reports where victims do not feel comfortable going to police forces. So we act on behalf of the victims and liaise on their behalf in cases where there's enough evidence to take it to police forces and through the criminal justice system. But equally, we inform police forces of what we're seeing in terms of the picture of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia in the UK. We also train police forces and Crown Prosecution Services around the language of anti-Muslim hatred, the trends that we're seeing, And we keep on doing that and updating those trainings as we go along with collecting the data, but equally producing our annual reports on an annual basis. And lastly, we try as much as we can to provide an open-ended support to victims and work with other agencies to do that. I mentioned that we all carry intersectional identities, we all carry multiple identities, and we have cases that come in from Muslim communities who are from the LGBT communities, from the disabled communities, from the Black Caribbean communities. Victims can be female as well. So you have multiple identities that victims could have been attacked for, or one identity. But when you provide the support, you need to cater to support that victim for all the identities that they carry and provide a holistic approach. And therefore, we work with agencies like Gallup, Stonewall, Inclusion London, Disability Hate, in order to address the other identities that most probably victims will need support for that might not sit within our remit and expertise. What do we see in terms of anti-Muslim hatred in the last 2 years? So within the first part of 2019, and I picked up on the first part of 2019 because we've seen quite a significant rise within the reports that we received during that period of time. We continued to see a rise in anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia reported into us. And if I go through like a quick journey, recapping it from 2015 onwards, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 have been some of the highest reports that we received in Salmama across those years. Whether it's having anti-Muslim hatred being driven by trigger events like terrorist attacks, both attacks that are driven by people who claim to be Muslim and commit these terrorist attacks in the name of Islam, or by far-right extremists, we always see a backlash on Muslim communities. There is media headlines that sometimes perpetuate Muslim communities as people who are either sympathizers to terrorism, or actually media headlines that actually subject Muslim communities to the sense of victimization. Online hatred and hate speech, that is a growing phenomenon across all strands, but equally we see it as well towards anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia towards Muslim communities. The rise of the far right and extremism that again tends to focus their attacks and their hate towards minority communities, one of which is Muslim communities. Political discourse, and the genuine rise of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia. I mean, hate globally is on the rise. We see that being driven by the different drivers that I mentioned. But year on year, since 2015, we've seen that the baseline of the reports that we receive in Salmama has gone more than what the normal is. And I say normal, the normal is not to have any hate on our streets or online. But unfortunately, the normal today is actually ending up us receiving at our end around 50 reports a week, if not more. So in 2019, one of the things that we saw in terms of cases being reported and in terms of categories as well as locations, majority of the cases that we tend to receive at our end reported to us on a street level are cases that are abusive behavior in nature. And I say thankfully they're abusive behavior in nature because they're not assaults. They're not physical aggression on our streets that is attacking Muslim communities. Nevertheless, 13% of the cases that are reported are physical assaults on our streets. 15% are discrimination cases that are taking place either at the workplace or at public service delivery. 8% of the cases have been threatening behavior. 13% vandalism, could have been either at a household or a private property or institution. 3% hate speech on a street level, and 5% anti-Muslim literature. Where do these cases that took place on a street level happen? Majority of these cases tend to take place in public spaces. And that is because perpetrators are opportunistic. They tend to see people in a shopping mall, people walking on the streets, people visibly Muslim or a female Muslim walking down, feeling that that person is possibly weak, vulnerable. I can have a go at her and walk and continue my walk, or continue walking across the other side of the road. The same thing happens with public transport, where people in the morning or during rush hour or even at any other given time feel that they can easily abuse someone and get off the next station. Or people in the morning are really pushing and shoving each other to find a space, and while doing that, they end up with throwing out an abusive comment, an anti-Muslim comment. We see a lot of the cases as well, and a growing phenomena, specifically in the last 6 months during the pandemic, tend to take place between neighbors, so neighbor disputes. That's where the household properties and vandalism tend to take place. We see that more and more as a growing concern because people are now following guidelines. People have been doing this for the last 6 months, and unfortunately, neighbors tend to be abusive to each other. We see this a trend and a common trend across both the Muslim communities and the LGBT communities, and it is a worrying trend now that as well, obviously, we're going through a second phase and a second wave, and unfortunately, with people even being more at home, this will tend to be on increase. In the last data received, it was 65% of the cases reported in terms of hate crimes have been neighbor disputes, and it is something that we need to look at as a society and as a community as a whole as well. Some other places that we see the cases taking place would be roads or high roads, high streets, hospitals, so when people are going to get some service, so we see NHS workers reporting into us, but also sometimes patients for abusive language being abused for their identity or for their religion. We see this as well taking place in places of business where you're being delivered a service like local authority and others. One of the striking spikes that we've seen within 2019 was following the Christchurch attack that took place on the 15th of March 2019. The terrorist attack that was driven by far-right extremism in New Zealand. An attack that has unfortunately ended up with the murder of 51 Muslim worshippers at the mosque in New Zealand, committed by far-right extremists. And despite the fact that 51 Muslim people lost their lives, in the UK, a week post the attack, we had an increase of 692% in reports coming to us directly in Salmama that were anti-Muslim and Islamophobic in nature. It's quite worrying to see that it's a far-right driven attack that was committed by someone who's driven by extremism, killing and murdering 51 Muslim people, worshippers at the time, and still Muslim communities here in the UK paid the price. People were told that it's time for them to actually pay back. It's time for them to be killed. It's their time now to pay the price. It's their time to feel what other communities have been feeling for a long time. A lot of the cases that were reported to us at the time, and this is a day-by-day graph that shows the cases that were reported during March, and you can see that quite the significant spike that took place on the 15th and continued a week post the 15th, were in the online world, but some of these cases took place on a street level, and it was obviously driven by the live streaming of that video that the far-right extremist showcased while he was murdering the 51 worshippers that took place on Facebook. That unfortunately as well has driven a whole narrative of anti-Muslim hatred to go globally online, but also for people to think of actually following the footsteps of that extremist at the time, and which we've seen obviously in some of the cases in the UK that recently have been caught by our authorities, where individuals have been impacted and in a way radicalized by the narrative that the terrorist at the time has committed. So what were the things that we've seen following the attack? Majority of the cases that took place on a street level, people had reported to us that there was a verbal or symbolic reference to the Christchurch terror attack that took place. It's a picture that we have seen within our data, but equally the police has seen in our data. And that's how we monitor that spike that we see when we relate it to certain trigger events that get reported to us in Salmama. That has driven us to actually look even more in depth about some of the attacks that take place on places of worship. I mean, Christchurch did not come as a surprise to us in Salmama. We've been saying it out loud that unfortunately there'll be an attack on Muslim institutions. The shock to us was the scale of the attack and how it happened and how it took place. And because of the data that we've been gathering, the reports that we've been getting from mosques, and this is a map that showcases the reports that we received in Salmama from different mosques across the UK that have reported incidents of vandalism or of attacks, and you can see it's spread across all of the whole UK. We've decided on the back of that to put in place a security training that will support mosques and institutions in terms of ensuring their safeguarding. It's not just about having cameras, CCTVs, or double fencing or double glazing. It's about as well awareness raising training committee members, providing a tailor-made training for committee members and staff, as well as audience that attends the mosque to ensure their safety. It's about being aware and being vigilant about your surroundings. And it's something we're putting together with previous and ex-police officers that actually worked on the ground in tackling some of the terrorist attacks that the UK has been hit with. We also produce security and safety bulletins that we send out to institutions, but equally safety bulletins that we tend to share out on a personal level with communities for them to actually follow the guidance. And then lastly, we've been all seeing the COVID-19 pandemic, and some of the hate has been driven by the agenda of COVID-19. And specifically, we have seen a significant rise in anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia reported to us during the first months of the pandemic, but unfortunately, it continues to be the case up till today. Far-right groups and extremist groups used COVID-19 as a weapon and weaponized it to attack Muslim communities. We saw that Muslim communities have been blamed for the spread of the virus. Muslim communities have been called the spreaders of the virus. Muslim communities and BME communities have been on the forefront of being key workers, of being NHS workers that unfortunately have lost their lives and sacrificed their lives in the fight against COVID-19. This narrative has been used by the far right to actually attack Muslim communities and BME communities and blame them for the virus. Not only this, there has been fake information, misinformation, conspiracy theories spread about Muslim communities claiming that they have mosques open and not abiding to lockdown guidelines and rules during the first months of the pandemic, that they're actually been sharing photos of Muslim communities praying at mosques that are actually 2 years old and saying, here you go, mosques and Muslim communities are not abiding by the rules. Obviously, it has been reported as fake information and fake news. And this is a picture that unfortunately in the online world has driven an increase of 40% in our cases in the online world reported to us during the first months of the pandemic at Salmama. But what we've also seen is really how really the narrative of anti-Muslim hatred has been impacted by COVID-19. So while we've seen cases have been reported to us nationwide, and we're not talking about a certain region or a certain area only, as soon as the lockdown started to ease, the narrative that has been promoted by these far-right groups and these extremists online about Muslim communities and BME communities being the spreaders of the virus have shifted to the street level. So i.e., we got reports from communities being attacked on the street, in supermarkets, on public transport. Some of the cases would have been around a female, let's say, victim. One of the cases had been spat at while she's walking in the park. By a perpetrator. She answered him back and he told her, I hope you catch COVID-19. She answered him by saying, well, I did catch COVID-19. So he now weaponized her identity to attack her, and he abused her for her identity of being Muslim and her wearing a headscarf by calling her raghead. So you can see how COVID-19 first has been used to weaponize to attack that individual, that female, and eventually her identity as well being attacked. A lot of the cases, as I mentioned, have been cases around neighbor disputes, where actually some of the perpetrators started spitting or coughing at neighbors, at victims, telling them, I hope you catch COVID-19. Obviously, the attacks were not just limited to Muslim communities, but also to victims who are perceived to be Muslims, like Sikh and Hindu members. And the reporting that took place online, some of the reports and guidelines that unfortunately have amplified some of the rhetoric online of anti-Muslim hatred, eventually, whether it's by far-right groups or sometimes even by public figures where they blamed Muslim communities and BME communities for the spread of the virus and a change in guidelines shift at the time, have actually made Muslim communities feel less and less confident in authorities, whether it's really in their abilities to support them and protect them in terms of COVID-19 or in terms of the hate crimes as well that they've been subjected to. One of the things that we do within our work is try as much as we can to debunk some of the disinformation and fake news that is out there. Whether it's ourselves, and thankfully police forces as well have been doing a lot of work around this during the pandemic. And I'll share with you this just simple example of what has been happening really in terms of sharing that misinformation during COVID-19. So if you look to the far left, Twitter user one on the 26th of March 2020, he decided to post on Twitter, "I called my local mosque in Shrewsbury to see if it was closed as per the new law and government guidance, horrified to discover that they are still open and allowing people in. These idiots will be super spreaders of the virus. At Shop Cops," he addresses Shropshire Police, "why are you not closing them down?" At the time when we screenshotted this had 156 comments, 120 retweets, and 105 likes. It's a Twitter user that, upon investigation, we know frequently tweets disinformation. This was debunked by Shropshire Police, who said, probably because there is no mosque in Shrewsbury, and there is a prayer centre, and it has been checked and is fully compliant with the current government requirements, which had got traction as well on Twitter with 1,500 likes and 374 retweets. We also checked really the information that the prayer center that they are actually questioning, what they've put on their website. And there was an announcement from that prayer center on their website listed on the 19th of March. So that's 7 days before that fake tweet came out that said, "In line with most places of worship and public gatherings, we're acutely concerned about the coronavirus. As a result, Friday, Jummah prayers will not take place at Shrewsbury Muslim Centre until further notice. If anyone in our community is in need to help or support in any way during these testing times, please do not hesitate to contact us through the website." This is one example where we are flagged with police forces. As you can see, there were many other examples that on the back of them, the police started investigating different UK far-right groups that are promoting anti-Muslim hatred and connecting Muslim communities to the coronavirus. Another one was a Twitter user too, again to the far left, who put a picture of Muslim communities praying, and he said, "This is a COVID hotspot in Blackburn." That tweet was posted on the 18th of July 2020. That tweet was retweeted by Twitter user 1 that we just discussed earlier. And then the original image that was put out to debunk this, actually by ourselves and others, it's actually the same picture, and this picture has been taken at a procession that took place in Blackburn in 2018. So 2 years ago, this picture has been put in the public domain that was now copied and promoted as fake news to actually promote that disinformation and attacks on Muslim communities. On our website, under resources, you can find a lot of information about our reports, our findings, our recommendations towards local authorities, organizations, education system, as well as guidelines about how communities can keep safe during the coronavirus pandemic, but equally safety tips around day-to-day going around, how to be vigilant, how to report things, whether it's really for institutions or whether it's personal safety tips for young people or for women or for adults. And lastly, our work would not have been as successful as it is if it was not because we work with other partner agencies, some of which are here, listed here. There's many other more that we have. But whether it's working with police forces across the country and sharing the information with them and supporting them through their investigations, but equally holding them accountable where they're not delivering in terms of hate crimes and accountability to the victims. So we managed to reopen a lot of cases where police forces have closed them and not flagged them properly in order to ensure that actually victims' concerns in terms of hate crimes are addressed accordingly, whether it's working with different organizations like the Community Security Trust, like Gallup, like Stonewall, like Kick It Out, Victim Support, and many others, or whether it's working with the Crown Prosecution Services to provide them with victim impact statement and community impact statements to support cases where we can and ensure there's sentence uplift where we can, depending on our findings, and also working with different mayors across the country. It's because the enrichment of the work and sharing best practices across these partners, we are in the position we are today. Equally, we work with different social media companies to take the online content offline and ensure that accounts are blocked, accounts are taken down, and some of the individuals that have been promoting hate towards the communities across the board, they're actually banned from these platforms. And our ethos is to stand against all types of hatred. Our ethos is to work with all communities, is to stand in solidarity with all communities, and to ensure our society is free from hate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iman. That was Well, it was sobering, very sobering statistics. Are there any particular sort of hotspots of areas in the country? I certainly, I used to view London as this all-accepting cosmopolitan city, but I know that from experience that it's not. But how is it for Muslim communities in London and for communities around the country?
Very good question, John. So majority of the cases that get reported into us tend to take place in London. And if I take the second region would be Greater Manchester, and Manchester being the highest reports coming in. Then we have West Midlands, with Birmingham being the highest city in West Midlands. Then East Midlands, with Leicester being the highest city. Then Yorkshire, where Sheffield and Rotherham are the highest cities. So in terms of the scale of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia, it's across the UK. We get reports from Wales, from Northern Ireland, from Scotland. And apologies, I thought that I had the map listed there, but it's not. So it's everywhere realistically, with majority that we feel coming maybe from London and from other areas where there is a high percentage of Muslim communities in those areas, but also where there's major transfer hubs and where people move around quite a lot.
And would you also say, this has kind of been a thread from the day, would you also say there's an underreporting of hate crime?
Absolutely. Hate crime is very much underreported. I mean, in every single event we speak to communities when we start speaking about what a hate crime is, what a hate incident is, the answer you get from the communities around the room is like, oh my God, I've been subjected to this all my life. I never thought I could report it. I never thought that the law protects me. I never thought that an action could be taken. I never thought that I could get support for it. So the more awareness we're doing about hate crimes, the more people will come forward and report. And that translates really with the levels of hate crime that we see most probably reported to organizations like ourselves, to the police forces and others. It's because more awareness is being made about hate crimes and people are coming forward and reporting, as well as obviously the rise in racism and hate crimes. But the awareness is driving people to report more. And we get a lot of reports coming in where victims say, I just want to inform you of what has happened. I don't want any action out of it. So people are aware of the importance of reporting.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. I wonder if we have any more questions from conference attendees. Martin, do we have any more comments?
No, I think the same as before is everybody kind of knows the truth of everything that's being said and sort of wearily sighs along and says, what do we do about it? The nature of an audience like the one that we've probably got today is we're preaching to the converted. Yeah. But the more that we can do to share those stories and share that influence along, the better. But no particular comments.
Thank you. Well, it just remains for me to say thank you so much, Iman. It's been absolutely inspiring to hear you speak as well this afternoon. Yours was the final workshop, and you've rounded off our day beautifully. If I could just ask you to hang around for a few minutes, because I'm going to close the conference, but then we are going to do some photos for the presenters. Okay.
Yeah.
But if I could just take this opportunity to give a massive thank you to Martin. I couldn't have done this conference without you, Martin. It's so lovely to say to somebody, I need help with this, and they go, yes. And Martin, you've been there for me at every step of the way. I very much appreciate it. So thank you.
Get on to the speakers.
But big speakers. So if I could say thank you to Hardil and Rachel and Cecile, to Ian, Laura, Chelsea, Iman, to David, to Martin, of course, to Grace, to Sue, and to Jonathan from DCC, to all of the people who've attended today. We are preaching to the converted, but we are going to go out into our communities and into our organisations and be hate crime champions, working together to promote the message that hate crime is not acceptable and there is something that can be done about it. I hope you've enjoyed the conference today. I certainly have. It's been inspiring to hear the amazing speakers that we've had. please do keep in touch. I will send out a feedback form, which if you have the time to fill out, that would be lovely. That will help shape what we do next year. But please go on social media, carry on tweeting and all those kind of things that Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all those wonderful things that we know our young people use. So technically proficient they are, aren't they? But yeah, the hashtag No to Hate is Hardill's hashtag. So if we could use that just to link everything together. Keep in touch. Let's go out and be ambassadors to tackle hate crime. And let's make things different for our communities and for Derbyshire, and hell, nationally. Why not? Let's influence what's going on across the country. But thank you. Please stay safe and well. Please look after yourself. Follow the guidance that's out there. All the 2 meters and all the different tiers and all the masks and everything. Please look after yourself. And hopefully this time next year, we will be able to meet in a venue that's going to give it us for free lunches, and let's have lots of hugs and miss out, all those things we've missed out in the past 6 months or so. Have a great weekend. Have a lovely Friday night. Have a lovely weekend. And let's go out and change some lives. Thanks very much, everybody.
Okay, now it's time for the hate crime version of Live Aid. Is everybody warmed up? What are we going to sing?
Ooh. How about Something Inside So Strong?
Okay, I'm just going to take a quick screen grab. I don't think we'll be able to have much in the way of conversation with so many mics, and I can hear feedback already. Take this. Wonderful. Thank you all.
And thank you all again from the bottom of my heart. You've been absolutely amazing today. You've made the conference. So thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, John. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to end the broadcast. Speak to you all soon.
Bye.
Thank you.